What's up? Just waiting for some of these players to get in the lobby here. But if no one has seen this yet, let's go ahead and pull this up. For those that haven't seen Yanara, the new champion, we just got a little bit of a gameplay. Oh. How does that work with Runins? That is interesting. Oh, that's interesting. It executes minions. Oh, that looks kind of dumb. Oh, it's a form swapper? This is interesting. Oh. Oh, she's an ultimate, like, AoE ADC with Runins. Oh, that's pretty insane. Well, she looks like fun. Well, peeps, I'm glad you guys could join us on this nice Sunday evening here. We have our second B05 semifinals featuring Vancouver Impact Challengers and Femboys. So we'll see how this goes. Both of them beat #1 seeds to get to this point here. So we'll see how this goes overall. Obviously, Impact getting rid of LeBlanc. Thresh being taken away from Pixel here. So, Thresh, Galio, Lee Sin taking away Zweb, obviously putting on a hell of a Lee Sin performance last week versus Team Prime. Impact Challengers getting rid of LeBlanc, Varus, Rel. So, a couple of the playmaking supports and jungles are out. Galio's out because Monk has zero answer to it. He absolutely hates facing that champion. And we get an Aurora first pick here. Okay. Interesting. We did see Monk pull out the Akali. Or I'm sorry, he played the Aurora versus Akali matchup from the Aurora side last week versus Rurika. It is the only game Rurika got the best of him on. Then Corki getting picked up for Mac. Oh, an Impact answering with a Zeri Yumi early in this Fearless draft, B05. Alright. Let's see what support players in the chat are not going to like this Yumi pick. Ooh. And a Sona coming out. Sona, known as being kind of a late game utility support, definitely works well into Yumi overall. So I really, really like this this pickup here by Ashes. I do find it weird that Impact is banning away the Poppy. Yeah, I feel like they definitely have ways of playing around it, and to be honest, like the Poppy into Corki Akali is not terrible. But instead of banning the Vi, ban the Poppy and lift Vi up, which Vi is a really, really amazing answer into Zeri Yumi. Especially, those first couple ults. And then we see the Renekton Sejuani, so a really big topside pairing here. Let's see what the top laner for Femboys wants to take here. When we see a Jax coming out, so Jax response for the Sejuani.
I have more important matters to attend to.
So I can confirm that the top laner for Femboys is Chicken Jockey. He did make a ID change. So we'll see what he's got against one of the best top laners in the league in Choros. I think for the most part, both teams got exactly for the most part, got exactly what they wanted here. And I think answer for answer, Both teams are very happy with this draft. I think there's a lot of skill expression in this game for both teams, but there is some scaling. There's some split pushing 1v1 on the top side of the map. So we'll see what happens here. So we are going to let this play out, and then we will be back with you guys for game one. Alrighty, folks. Now that I've got some food put away, just got off work, so gonna be a little more lively now. But we got on the red side here, Femboys with their new top laner, Chicken Jockey, are now known as as Kyle Kittenhouse, versus Vancouver Impact Challengers on the blue side here. We do see, I believe, our first Sona of the split. And Monk is deciding to bring Ignite into this matchup versus Aurora. Jack's bringing Grasp with the Undying. I think overall, now that I've had some time to like sit back and look at this draft a little bit, I think I would favor the Femboy side just a little bit. My only concern is if they can one-shot Zeri soon enough before she starts popping off on fights. If Zeri does get ahead, and likewise this Yuumi get ahead, then I think it's going to be really, really hard for Akali Vi to one-shot. But if they do take some residual poke, or even it's set up by like a Jack stun, then I think they definitely have a world to one-shot this Zeri.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So we'll see what happens here.
Minions have spawned.
A little bit of a trade here by Jax up top. He's electing to go D-Blade actually here. That's quite an interesting take here. Oh. MLAC getting the better part of this level 1 trade here. Mac and Ashes obviously going to poke out Stunner here in this early game. Oh. Monk taking quite a bit of poking here. Really nice trade from Jax here up top. MLAC kind of playing the spacing game really well against Akali here. Decent trade back from Renekton, getting this level 3. Oh, misses the Q there for some health back. Oh, Renekton has access as level 3. Now he's being able to use a lot more of his early game advantage. First back for Stunner and Pixel. Stunner getting the call here, so just looking to farm this out. Zweb ganking mid lane here. Vi's in the area as well. Akali having the burn flash. Jax getting a decent trade here. Oh, but a flash auto enhanced Q from Renekton gets the first blood on the Jax. Inferno starting the trade here in the river versus Web. Aurora does have a little bit quicker of a roam because the lane's pushed in. Kali really doesn't want to roam to this fight. She's going to potentially lose some CS here. Monk already down 7. Both top laners having the same idea, you know, armor boots, OP. Level 4 hit up by Mac here. Ashe is kind of coming right behind here. I really like how MLAC is playing this laning phase, like getting the Aurora passive goal on, so it has a little bit of innate healing for some of these trade backs. Zweb showing in the bot lane. Mac is pretty low here. Going to get jumped on here by Zweb, but Zweb not able to flash onto him. He did burn flash for the mid lane fight. Oh, but Monk getting the solo onto MLAC as he got the level 6 first plus ignite. Lane is pushing MLAC's way, but he does have TP here. Renekton has ult as well. Vi kind of hoping he baits into the tri-brush, but I honestly think Renekton 2v1s that. Especially both of them do not have ults. But Renekton ult's getting ready to fall off here. He's looking to stun here. Vi does not have Q for this, so Renekton able, see if he's got E here. He does not have flash up. Well played overall, especially with Sejuani coming up. So flash burned by Jax, also burned by Vi. But Jax trying to push this in. Zweb up top here does not have flash. Aurora's up here with level 6 as well. And Vancouver ends up getting feats. Is that a... Oh, okay. I thought Aurora was going to take another turret shot there and get executed. So, Monk did first pack. Oh, Lord. Needlessly large rod. He's going to hurt. So, that roam does allow Monk to get a little more time on this laning phase, though Renekton off of the back ends up going mid here to not drop too many waves, which is really smart of him. Vi on this bot side, Dragon, and this is a Chemtech Drake. Oh Lord, Chemtech Drake goes pretty hard here with Sona, especially when she scales up. So Jack's doing a really solid job trading here after these armor boots. Both top laners using ults here. Jack's ward jumping away, and both top laners just walk away from that a little below half health. Nice trade by Monk overall, landing that E. Oh, Zweb coming up here for the top lane dive and ends up taking out Jax. And that is 2 kills for the Croc up top. Void Grubs end up going down. Oh, Stunner ends up popping the ult here. Nice ult back by Ashes. Stunner trying to space Sona here. Sona pretty low on mana. Smart on the bot lane here, waiting until the backs get completed to kind of push this wave in. So Zeri gonna lose a wave bot side. Inferno setting up what looks to be a gank mid side here. Nice fight up top. The Jack's getting the... Oh! Oh, well played by Aurora there, using the between two worlds jump to dodge the R2 out of Akali. Still ends up going down, but we see Vi ult being used bot side. Stunner getting healed up. Also using the flash to get away as well. And Jack's just getting picked on again up in this top lane. So counterattack the top side off the Vi gank bot side. Mac will get some plate gold here. Could potentially have Trinity Force on his back. Jax is pretty far behind overall. Stunner kind of getting proxy farmed on here, not allowed to touch this wave. Do you see the mid laners kind of hovering bot side here? Jax does end up getting 2 plates off of Demolish. But let's see if he can get out of this, because he might end up dying for these 2 plates here. Oh, potentially. Okay, it doesn't pass. Oh, nice dodge here by Renekton. See if the Empower Q comes out. He's still going to end up falling, but he makes this quite interesting. And Inferno gets the shutdown here onto Renekton. So Inferno's going to back with most likely a full Trinity Force now. Zweb and the rest of the Vancouver team attacking Dragon here, which I think this is the absolute correct call. We see the rest of them coming out, but bot lane ends up getting there a little too late. Inferno Drake is going to be the soul here in this game 1. Ash is taking quite a bit here off this turret shot. Zweb here for the counter gank. Oh, but it's going to end up pulling the trigger a little late. Stunner, though, falls. Inferno gets Heartsteel bonked. Oh, we see a big fight in the top lane, and Renekton ends up winning that duel here as he has a fully completed Eclipse. So 1 for 1 in the bot lane. Actually, 1 for 2 in the bot lane, plus a solo kill up top. Mac is trying his best to chop down this Sejuani here. Renekton, though, gets his top lane turret. His Jax is now 0-6. Oh, Monk doesn't have any boots. I still like the position that Femboys' team comp is in. They still have really good built-in scaling with Corki, Sona, and even Akali to a degree. But this Vancouver Impact team comp has a lot of gold into it. They're up almost 2,000 gold here. And also with the feats of strength boots, I think is pretty massive. Overall, oh lord, Aurora damage. Now I see why GeoProw plays as support. Oh, nice stun. Oh, but Jax is going to end up falling after tanking that turret shot there. And Inferno diving deep, but gets the shutdown onto Aurora here. The bot lane trying to take care of this big, massive Croc, but it's going to be real hard. Well, now the bot lane's here for Vancouver, and that's a double kill over to the Croc. Now he's 7-1-0 here on this Renekton. Oh, that was a interesting spectator bug. Oh, but Stunner ends up getting taken out. Oh, Inferno just straight up double killing the bot lane. The key in there was Yuumi ends up hopping off and getting Q stunned by Vi, so she's locked out from hopping back on, which meant she could do nothing to help Stunner on the Zeri here. And Inferno looks like he wants more. And bot lane for Femboys. Again, trying to go round 2 with this Croc. Oh, Lord, Mac. You do some damage, but he does a little bit more here, buddy. Oh, big Croc in the house. He might go 2 for 2 here. And a double kill here. And Mug ends up having the flash to get that shutdown. Burns both summoners for this. Wow, that is quite a bit of money in the Akali's pocket here. That's still just a massive Croc. He's already on 2 items here. Inferno getting some damage onto Aurora here. He's going to get kind of pulled out of this dragon. Oh, Jax is in here, but he's so far behind he's not able to do. He did enough though to lock down the Zeri. Inferno flashes out. Croc ends up getting Blast Cone back in there. Oh, and he takes out Aurora. I'm sorry, not Zeri. So now Vi's on the run here. Let's see, she has a pretty good backing spot. It ends up being a 1-for-1, so Femboy's still just chipping away at this gold lead here. Though the dragon stacking already in favor for Vancouver is not what you want. 6 blood petals up top is going to feel really good if they get Otacon. Otacon will be spawning bot side, which is actually quite interesting considering how much fighting was top side. And in the in this new patch, Otacon is supposed to be coded to be skewed topside a little bit more. And it looks like we're seeing Storm Surge coming out second for Akali, so whoever she lands an E on, it's going to really, really hurt. See, the call got completed for Zeri. I don't think she's back since she's gotten it yet. Yeah, she has. Okay. Everybody kind of on a clean slate here. The top lane is up 2k gold. Whoo-wee, buddy. Everywhere else is fairly even. So see what happens. I believe Jax still outscales, but Renekton, it's not like he falls off a cliff. He maintains a lot of usefulness. Jax is still maintaining some really solid CS numbers. We do see Femboys jumping on the Otacon here. This will be a really big take if they can come away with this. Now they know they're on Otacon, but it's going to end up falling here, so really big sneak here for Femboys, grabbing this Otacon. And that puts a level lead now on AD and jungle. Evens up top lane's level, top lane still about 3/4 of a level up. Jax is here, but the bot lane's here. Sona's going to be able to keep him alive, but for how much longer here? Mac trying to look for an entryway here. Inferno ends up... Oh, the Blast Cone! They sacrificed the Croc. Vi still has ult, so she can be proactive on this map here. Oh, big pick on the Ashes here. The Sona thought was going to be tanky enough, but, you know, lowest base health in the game for a reason. If you don't count mini clip. We see completed level 4 boots and Runaan's Hurricane coming out of this Zeri. So Zeri close to being online here. Probably will build this IE third. You see a lot of upgraded boots actually coming out of Vancouver's pocket. Renekton and Zeri both upgrading their boots. Actually, now Sejuani leaves the base with upgraded boots here, which I think is really smart. Zweb looking to potentially make a move here. Inferno Q's away. Now Monk might get collapsed on in this bot lane. No, Monk has push, so they can enter potentially through bot side, but they're looking at this third dragon here, and it doesn't look like they're going to posture for this third Drake. So, third Drake, and now on Soul Point, is over to Vancouver. Renekton using all of his gold. Oh, but here comes... Oh, but big turn onto Renekton here. And Monk getting some work done here. Ends up getting 2 for that. Zeri ends up falling in the 2v2 mid along with Ashes. So trades all over this map. Where can I buy these level 4 boots? Ah, you gotta get feats of strength. Tier 4. Level 4. Kind of same thing here. Jax did get quite a bit topside here. Still not on his second item, but Monk chipping away here. Oh, Jax is becoming a nightmare to deal with now. Ends up getting this mid turret here, though she's not going to fall for that. Oh, but Renekton is TPing here. See how this goes. Get some movement speed from TP. Nice parry overall from Jax here. So TP down for Renekton. So Akali after that double kill bot lane had enough for straight up Seekers. So he's going to be able to join Vi and making some dives here. Web getting jumped on here, but he's a pretty big Sejuani. Sona and Vile come out. Inferno does go for the final hit here. Monk diving the backline and just one-shotting Stunner. And Monk ends up falling after burning the stopwatch here, but he did have Zhonya's in base, so it was worth the try. Still, though, that's a shut down going over to Renekton now. And it's amazing to watch this Femboy team like pull the trigger and basically win 4v5s because Jax is doing nothing but splitting. But Jax is now 2.5 items. Oh, looking for the stun. He does have stopwatch. Oh, damn. He had Seekers. Wonder if that was going to be in play. But ultimately falls to Renekton. But just the fact that Jax can battle Renekton and make it that close, being as punished as he is quite impressive.
Back on my own.
So most of Femboys here. The two big carries, Akali and Corki on 3 items here. Almost 3 items for Jax. Vi farming up to get to her 3rd item. Sitting on an okayish amount of gold. She might have what looks to be Sterix on this back. Dragon coming up here in about a minute 15. But looks like Zweb's trying to create a little bit of a death bush, or at least, you know, mobile ward it. Monk ends up being top lane, trying to push against Aurora. Good luck with that. Vi, though, looking to attack top lane. Interesting double E coming out. Jax ends up seeing the passive coming out of... Oh, wait, this Jax ended up, with the help of the turret, kind of turning this around. And a total one-shot coming out of Monk here. They're jumping on Zeri here in the mid lane. But Zeri's kiting away. The rest of the bot lane can't get through Zweb, but doesn't need to. As Infernal just ends up taking out Zeri. And the rest of the group, so Zweb, Stunner, and Pixel all fall to this engage here. And this is what I feel like we were talking about in the draft, where instead of banning the Poppy, which I know Poppy can be super annoying, I feel like Vi really shuts down what this Zeri Yuumi wants to do. Mac getting jumped on here by the Croc, but Sona's now at this point where she's kind of scaled up with her stacks and has enough shielding. and healing that it's worth it here. 58 ultimate ability haste. And Jax is just slowly chopping away at this Baron. Here comes the bot lane here, which they can definitely do it with Sona. Vi actually doing the dragon, so both objectives getting taken here. Oh, that E. That E just barely hitting Aurora, but that's all she needed. Then Inferno really having a standout game here on this Vi. But IE finished by Stunner, so there's still a ticking time bomb in this Zeri coming up. And I feel like if Renekton and Sejuani are in front of her, it's going to be really hard for them to get to Stunner. We've seen how hard it was just with Web alone. But we'll see how this goes. 2 dragons to 3, 22 to 21 kills. We do see it's a 6k gold lead for Femboys here. Decap almost finished by Monk. Zanya's completed by Jax here, so now he can be pretty proactive with his positioning. Oh, big engage though in the mid lane. Stunner's trying to kite back through it. Oh, but Yuumi hops off to try to save Renekton. And a quadra kill coming out of Monk. Akali go burr in that fight. Pixel getting caught off as he jumped onto Renekton to try and save him. And when Renekton fell, they completely jumped onto Yuumi. And it snowballed from there. Oh. And it looks like game 1 just going over to Femboys here, slowly but surely. So we'll see how Instinct wants to pull back this series and tie it up. Because there's a lot of really high-powered picks off the board here. So I've already got into the lobby, but let me pull up the in-game stats here for you guys. And look at this gold graph. Yeah, this was a solid lead by Impact, but it just seemed like it fell apart. Here, what was this? This was the turrets, and then the fight underneath the bot lane tower, where Monk ended up getting a double kill. So, really, really good game 1 here by Femboys. Let's go over to the draft here. And it looks like Impact Challengers is taking the red side here. Let me move over to the draft. Yeah, Brandino, you missed 2 really big fights where Monk popped off with a quadra kill with a single R2 from Akali as he ends up just executing everybody. So, Alright, so Femboys being pretty consistent with their bans here. Thresh, Galio, Lee Sin here. Impact Challengers now looks like targeting Monk with LeBlanc, Fizz, and what else? In the Zed here. So let's see what Monk wants to pull out. He's not afraid of first picking or blue siding anything that we've seen, so yes, it ended up being it was like a 3 or 4 person R2 that Monk got off in a mid lane fight, and it ended up picking off everybody. That was pretty nasty. We see the Diana coming out. Diana could potentially be a flex pick, um, but I have a pretty big feeling it's going to go the Monk. He's already in chat. He's out of champs. No, I don't think so. Oh, there's something we haven't seen this split. I actually forgot he was a champion. Though this site doesn't do a splash art really much justice. That is a Heckram here. And then followed up with a Sivir. So Impact Challenger still attacking the champ pools, it feels like, because Mac has busted out the Sivir quite a bit here for Femboys. So giving the Sivir deny over the Impact. Let's see what Femboys wants to respond here. In a Vayne? Vayne Lulu. Okay. Vayne with Heckram showing is quite interesting. Let's see what impact. I mean, you kind of. Okay, there's a Gragas, so. Gragas top or mid, potentially. I don't see it mid that often, but that's not saying there's some people that can't play it. We see Aatrox and Zillion getting taken away. Let's see what Impact Challengers wants to get rid of. I do agree for the most part with Brandino, but I think Heckram's one of those champions that still needs like a dive buddy, and also kind of feels bad with Gragas because there can be some anti-synergy there. IMP, I believe, does play Zillion. And then Cassante taken away here. Let's see what Femboy's last band's gonna be. I would expect another Enchanter. Ooh, Meld. I don't know. Okay, that's a little bit better. Alright, so we got a Sivir Carmeline coming out. I still have yet to see anything going in with this Heckram, so I feel like this is going to be like a worst Vi pick. That if they can pick something that can absorb this engage and then turn it around. Like Embesso to me wouldn't be the greatest answer, but it is a dive buddy with Diana, and Embessa, as you know, I've experienced recently with one of the gentlemen in this chat, loves enchanters and can absolutely pop off in a game. So let's see what the jungle pick is gonna be here. Anything stand your ground related, I think it's booted back by Gragas, so it's gonna be really hard. Okay, so we'll just go full dive here with a Vayne Lulu. I'd like this draft from Femboys with the exception of the Vayne. I feel like if this was a Kaisa, that could almost like assist with the dive, because Kaisa gets set up really well by Diana Volibear. It's a much more synergistic style draft. But Vayne does go very well with against Sivir here in lane. So we'll see what Impact wants to pick here. If it's anything stand your ground or peel related, like a zone control mage, like Veigar, then I feel like their comp's a little awkward with the Hecarim wanting to go forward here. Vayne is a good counter and a better team fight against Heck. Okay, that's fair. Vayne bot I have not seen in quite a while, so I will take your word for that. I could see a world where, Hecarim has a hard time, especially if Vayne Q's backwards out of the engage and then starts to kite him. But this Veigar is quite interesting. If Veigar gets off the ground along with Sivir, and they scale a lot more evenly into this game, I could see the zone control and the wave clear being a lot of issues. But if Veigar tries to use his cage offensively, if Veigar tries to use his cage offensively, then I think he ends up blowing a cooldown and can get jumped on. Plus, there is quite a few things that can get through the cage, and Bessa ult being a blink, Volibear's ult being unstoppable. Now, all the things jumping at you have defensive, like shielding capabilities, along with the Lulu. So, Veigar, not a big fan of those type of champions. Anything with a shield, Veigar's not a big fan, because it's really hard to judge the ult. So, we'll see. Femboys definitely have a much more snowbally comp, and with a little bit of late game insurance with the Vayne. But Impact, I think, is a much more stable. It's kind of like front to back ish, but it's not like true front to back until Sivir gets like 3 items. So we'll see how this one goes. I'm going to go get something to drink, but let me know in chat what you guys think. Who's going to end up winning this, as Femboys is up 1-0 versus Vancouver Impact. Actually, let me go ahead and change that now while we're waiting for this to go ahead. Alright, sorry about that. We are back. Alright. Let's see. Okay, so let's take another second. I don't think Monk believes in TP at all. We see Mac busting out the vein skin here. Which I've never actually had a chance to see that one. I think it's just the basic one. Actually, yeah, because I think Kaisa's the main one here.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Let's see what Chad has to say. Brandino has to neutralize it to 20. Yeah, I think their draft is decent at slowing down the game as long as they don't get on the other side of that cliff where they're super hard, super like behind. Because outside of Stunner, they don't have the greatest amount of wave clear.
Minions has spawned.
And like Veigar's really good if you bonsai into him up to a point where if everybody bonsais into him, it's gonna be really hard. And then he has to build stuff like Roa and Zonya's, excuse me, to then make his mid game a lot weaker, but his late game a lot stronger. So we'll see what happens here. Bone plating coming out here for Veigar. Grasp of the Undying for Chicken Jockey, aka Kyle, now playing Ibissa. Shield coming out by Ashes, absorb a lot of the poke here. Mac in a spot where he's able to pick up quite a bit of the CS, so after 2 waves they're going to be pretty much even. We do see Inferno though started blue side of Zweb's jungle here, so he's level 3 in bot lane. Ends up burning a flash on the Pixel, but Hecarim's already on his bot side, so let's see what happens here. Inferno's not too terribly low, but could get invaded on here. Wait, he actually did Raptors into Hecarim's blue side, now doing Gromp. There is a gank coming out here by Zweb. Nice overall flash here from Monk. Ghost pop by Zweb here. Oh, we see Ibissa getting a little bit of revenge from last game here. Stun coming out of him for Mac. Oh, and Ashes is going to fall to first blood here. Boatload of poke coming out of Silver Karma. Inferno, though, trying to fight back. Zweb dodges the E here. Monk moving, so's Veigar. Zweb ends up got the buff, but he might end up falling. And Inferno evens up this game 1-1. Webb pretty far behind. He ends up getting 3 buffed. Well, he got 2 buffed, but then donated the 3rd buff back over. Gragas poking out Mbessa here, but Mbessa does have a better all-in here. Oh, and actually, I didn't know you could flash the W explosion like that. Okay, Mbessa gets 1 back, but tanks the turret shot plus minions. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 top lane. Zweb making his 2nd appearance mid. I do like if Impact turns onto this dragon here. You got Prio mid, and I think you're going to hit it just before people get level 6s here. So getting an early dragon to extend this game already, I think would be worth it. But bot lane is on a back here. MLAC, let's see how this is working out. 28 stacks, so not too terrible. Stacks really kind of depend on matchup. Once he's able to one-shot the back line, then it starts to accelerate. Almost a little bit like Smolder. But Inferno here. E is down here. Mac ends up diving in, and there's Feats of Warfare coming out as Monk waits patiently as the cage falls and then gets all in here. Monk saving his Ignite, though. Very smart of him. Level 6 coming out of Mbessa here. Level 6 used to try and peel off from Gragas. And a little bit of revenge coming back from last game. As now Kyle getting 1 back here. After going 0-11 last game. Gets 2 back on Churros. This isn't in the realm of panicking yet, but it's getting there. Flash coming out. Diana ult not used, not up yet, but had Ignite there. So Monk and Inferno again making things happen in this mid lane. Veigar now 0-2, no TP, so he's gonna lose a wave here. Mac and Ashes trying their best to push this lane in. Actually, they find themselves up in CS. We're taking a little bit of a snapshot on this game. 5 kills to 2. Fates of Warfare going over to Femboys' side. They are up by about 1,000 gold, which with their comp could easily feel like 2.5 to 3K here. Zweb though, oh, eating Monk into the Veigar cage here, and then using the ult to finish off. So Hecarim gets 1 back. Excuse me, off that gank mid, and now they're looking at Dragon here. Yeah, that Hecarim Veigar combo was absolutely nasty. And I think this is the world where Impact has to attack this comp here in this early game. Is like you're going to have bot prio, which is Sivir wave clear. So I think you just abuse that and auto push the lane. Because next Dragon Veigar is going to be potentially on Roa, so he can one-shot the back line. Given some of the AP breakpoints, there's a slim chance that he can't, but for the most part, post 1 item, Veigar can. And then you just try to attack the dragon stacking here. Because every dragon's just going to extend this game another 6 minutes, another 6 minutes. will say the Gragas going a lost chapter item I think is quite interesting. I think without double Roa, I feel like there's not going to be. Well, I'll finish that thought here in a sec. So I'm getting a little bit of poke damage on the Monk here, but Monk ends up going out, and then Ambessa makes a roam mid. And Kyle ends up picking another one here up on the Zweb. It's now 3-1 on this Ambessa. No, but I feel like if you're Gragas here, even if you're behind, it does feel bad. But you have a dragon. I think you can forfeit Lost Chapter and go potentially into Roa, because you still need, you know, some resemblance of a front line to absorb a lot of this engage here. So I'm not sure if I'm 100% with the Lost Chapter build or damage route, especially if you're behind here. Like, it's not so much as like forfeiting the early game, but you're at least forfeiting the top side. They already got grubs as well. Kyle getting bombed back here, tanking a couple turret shots here. Nice overall combo here by Gragas. So we're doing a good job. Almost has 3 pleats. Sweb trying to use the fear, but I think he missed the fear actually. Or Ambessa was mid W, which that doesn't fear out of it. Inferno has to burn everything here. Monk Mentality attacking Zweb up top here. Zweb ends up getting one back here off the dive. Veigar has to burn TP. Her W doesn't get stopped, but her dashes do. Okay. Oh, potentially... Okay, Flash Q coming out of Veigar here. Vayne ends up 2v2ing the bot lane and gets one off of Pixel here. Inferno here, though, doesn't have ult, but I don't think he's going to need it here. He ends up, though, giving one over to Stunner. So the Sivir is on the board. Actually, on the board twice. So 2 kills going over to Sivir there. Yeah, I see you in the chat there, Brandino. Yeah, W. Just dashing dude. Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Mac going all in on Stunner as Pixel was trying to go ward here. Stun coming out here. Is Mac... Okay, the pop ends up getting shielded. So, all in coming from the bot lane of Femboys here. Forcing Stunner and Pixel to back. Oh, nice! All in here by Gragas. Sorry, the name escaped me. But Zweb ends up cleaning it up top lane. But Dragon goes over to the side of Femboys here. So Femboys a little late on the Dragon stacking, but gets the first one at least. W does give over vision. Inferno has to use Smite to take care of the blue buff. Kyle all-ending Zweb here. Oh, and what an ult here. See if Hecarim ends up finding ways out, ends up just running away. And it looks like Mbessa is going to pick up this blue buff and kind of cancel the invade coming from Hecarim. We see an all-in coming from Mac trying to defend this turret here. Takes a empowered Q in the face, and first turret goes to the side of Impact. So we'll see what this turns into being. We see that Femboys needs one more neutral objective to get feats, and Impact needs 2. IMP's doing great. Yeah, I would agree, but I think this game could eventually get messier now that, you know, first items are coming in. They need to just hold the fort just a little bit longer. I'd probably say up until about the 20-minute mark, maybe 22. If this game doesn't break open by about the 22-minute mark, then I really like where Impact Challengers are at. It sucks to give away feats of strength here, but I think you have to overall. Oh, big ult coming by. Veigar ends up sneaking one. Stunner comes in. Gold ends up going over here to Stunner. Kyle's TPing in, but Femboys are fighting Gragas on the other side of it. And even though Feats of Strength goes over, that ends up being a 2 for none for the side of Impact Challengers. So, all in all, that's a dub. Oh, that actually hit. Oh, and Mbessa ends up getting one in return here. Oh, she might go 2 for 2. Oh, but ends up tanking the turret. Nice flash by Pixel overall. 1 for 2 and a 2v1 for Mbessa here. Well played overall. Shades of Brandino's Mbessa. Ends up being a lost chapter in the Proto Belt on Gragas, so he's trying to go one-shot Gragas. Mac ends up getting ulted by Ashes, which CCs Zweb a little bit. Zweb's ult's not up. Mac ends up getting 1. Will probably end up getting 2 here. Does not. And Mac ends up falling to turret aggro here. So what looked like a really good turnaround by the bot lane ends up being a 1 for 1. Just coin flip it. A lot of coin flipping in this game so far. Looks like your group A compatriots here have taken a page or two out of your guys' book. Monk getting stunned up here. So Veigar getting a few more stacks. Let's check him out. 173 stacks, 300 AP overall at 1 item. I know this is going to be kind of annoying, but I think he needs to go Zanya second. And then that bridges the gap to the death cap. I don't think any extra haste is going to help because these fights are going to be so quick that it's going to be really hard for a mage to get out of second rotation, especially with not a lot of front line. Matt getting a lot of healing and shielding out. Webb ends up ulting in. Ashes is going to end up falling here. TP comes in from Veigar. Gragas actually also TP'd in, so Impact throwing the kitchen sink here at the mid lane. Ends up being a 2 for none so far. Turret will probably end up falling. Nice Bomba coming out here though. And Bessa is pretty tanky. MR boots plus Grasp of the Undying. And with this Sivir being 2 items now, it's really, really hard to just like bonsai into Impact's comp here. I said here a little bit ago, if we get to that 20 to 22 minute mark, it's going to be really, really hard. But we do see them starting up this Otacon here. I think they have to leave it, because here comes Impact. You have the Hextech gates coming. Monk is bot lane, but no TP here. I think if you're down 1 turret there, I think if you just send 5 mana Otacon here, like Diana can't show up to it quick enough. I was seeing all in coming out onto Gragas. He has a really solid ult to peel him out, but Mac and Ashes are coming up here. Vayne popping ult, Proto Belt coming through, but that's not enough because Vayne has a lot of movement speed. Rift Herald being dealt with mid lane, and now Femboys with Monk on this top side. They're going to all in on this Otacon here. No TP by Veigar. You had a window here if you were Impact to take it, but Femboys find the pick and end up getting this Otacon. Though really solid response coming out of Impact here. Getting this mid turret. TP coming out from Mbessa. Inferno all-inning Pixel here. Kyle all-inning Stunner here. Sivir playing this quite well, but is, yeah. Yeah, you can't play it well enough for that. Inferno just having a really, really good series so far. Alright, now that we got a little bit of a breather here off of all of that action, we did see third dragon went over to Impact, so now they're up 2-1 in the dragons. Kills are tie. Gold is virtually even. Just a small little 500 gold difference. I feel like watching this Mbessa play now 2 weeks in a row, if Veigar ever uses Cage, he's pressing ult on Veigar. Volibear kind of coming from the back here. Oh, well played overall. Box is not enough. Zweb coming down. TP coming in from Gragas, but this Veigar still lives here. And now you're in this world where you're now left out to dry. Bomba comes out. Inferno trying to get to the gates, but doesn't get there. Mac just completely out of this fight from Veigar Cage. Zweb now getting the E. Ashes with a really nice ult there. Really solid slow, but it's not going to be enough. And what looked like Femboys trying to catch out Veigar. This Veigar's now full Rod of Ages. Has the Cosmic Drive to run away. And he's not the easiest thing to take down. Ooh, I was watching there. Siver's now on 3 items here, so this Siver is going to be an absolute monster in these fights. Still not on a Last Whisper item, but it's just, you cannot ignore her now. And Vhagar, 231 on the stacks, 506 on the AP. So he's starting to get to this point where you have to worry about... Oh, we see Femboys here starting up the Baron? I don't disagree with this because you're making them come into you. Now it's what do? Do you get the Baron? Oh, it's Web steals the Baron! He ends up falling though. Oh, Lord, nice Gragas ult. Mac though in the back line trying to play through. Vhagar ult still up. And Femboys come away with a heist, going 2 for none, but lose the Baron. Big issue is this third Drake now potentially going over the Vancouver. Let's see how quickly they get there. I don't think they're going to get there in time, so third Drake now for Impact. So a Drake and Baron for basically just some gold. Being on Soul Point had Baron feels so good. IMP and Drive. Yeah, I tend to agree. They were on a timer. And they're playing these team fights just so well. But I think it's going to come down to a little bit of champ diff here. I mean, Hecarim on 3 items. Gragas still hasn't completed Lost Chapter, but Monk getting jumped on here. Oh, but Pixel getting jumped on and blown up here. Zweb getting soloed out by Mac here. And that's Baron off 2. Actually, Baron off 1. My apologies. Webb did not have Baron due to dying from the steal. Niambessa now finishing her... Oh, look out. Matt getting all in here by Gragas and ends up getting taken down here. It's a really nice Fog of War play coming out of Gragas. These two teams are just battling back and forth. Oh, that's an Edge of Night actually on Bessa. I didn't catch that until now. Oh, he's playing this really well. That was an interesting interaction. Gets Bomba'd back here. Flash coming up here soon. But this is Bessa is putting in some work, but all in all, not enough here. Vhagar ends up getting another one on the board. He should have... Yeah, he's going to have Death Cap on this back. There it is. And now this Vhagar's online. Your 2 late game insurance policies. Over 800 AP now. So, let's take a little snapshot here. 52,000, almost 53 to 54 and a half. So about a 1,500 gold lead from Impact Challengers. 3 Dragons to 1. Impact Challengers on Soul Point. And they have the better late game insurance with the Vhagar and the Sivir being online. I will say Vayne, though, is also at 3 items. Some anti-healing coming out from Karma there. Not sure if that's 100% needed, but I can understand it. Gragas now close, has a Seekers, so he's just destined to not build a Lost Chapter item. And now I think it's just kind of up to who can they blow up for Femboys in the initial trigger pull. But then Mac has to carry the rest of the team fights, and he's got a lot of shit to dodge here. And then for the side of Impact Challengers, it's just going to be being able to absorb this first impact. Oh, Ash is doing a really nice job dodging a lot of stuff there. Inferno is on a ward here. Gragas all being down is a decent cooldown, but it is pretty short. It's actually almost a quarter of the way up already. That's insane. With minimal haste. Monk burning the Zanyas here. We do see Gragas TPing in, so now you can play the side lane game with Mbessa a little bit. Her TP's coming up. Mac ends up having to burn ults here. Decent cooldown for Vayne. Mbessa doing her best to chop down, but not the greatest split pusher in the world. Dragon's up in 10 seconds here. Veigar ends up backing, but has TP. Oh, Monk ends up walking into a brush here. Oh, and gets Bomba'd back. And that's Monk down. Not able to use an ultimate or anything. Burns flash and still dies. So this is going to end up now being so point. Let's see if Inferno can steal it. Oh, Inferno steals it, so gets one back. And he's out! Oh, what a steal for Inferno. So that's 1-1 on the steals department, boys. Edge of Night gets taken down from the Proto Belt. Mbessa costing a lot of time here. Ends up getting out of the cage from the Heck Room. The rest of the team's up here. And look at this wild goose chase. Well played by Kyle, aka Chicken Jockey. TP having to burn from Veigar off this mid lane push. Inferno jumping at Pixel here. See, Monk looks like he's trying to get the cutoff on top lane. But how deep is he going to go here? They might be able to complete. Nope. Their Monk is done chasing, so ends up backing here. Jack Show almost completed for Volley, which is, I think, going to be an insane pickup. Veigar now at 840 AP, so not the biggest jump compared to last time. We do see Zweb here in his bot lane. Round 2 going, and Mbessa has enough health. Mbessa ult almost up here. Oh, but the ult from Gragas comes down. Zweb show on top lane, though, means Femboys are going to start up this Baron. Mac needs to keep hitting this. And Veigar tries to steal, but is unsuccessful. Mac now going in. Veigar panic ults here. Oh! And Mac ends up getting Veigar here, so Femboys with the clutch Baron tempo here. And end up getting 2 kills off of that as well. Mac making Uzi proud with the skin here. On the Vayne. And now Vayne is just going to get tankier and tankier here, so she's going to be able to make a lot of stuff happen in these late game team fights. Has the, I believe it's Terminus, right? Yeah, Terminus. And then Chain Vest most likely going to Jack Show here. Let's see if they've taken the page out of the coin flip book here. A little bit of a brush cheese. I do like the Serpent's Fang coming out of Mbessa. I guess a nice touch. I would have liked to see Mbessa go a little bit bruisery, but I also understand not going to be able to do much damage. Monk getting taken out here in this mid lane. Oh, Lord. Solid Zanyas. And Bessa TPing here in the bot lane. Oh, and an all-in going on to Gragas here. Big cage coming out of Vagar, and Redemption does quite a bit of work. Asha's still taking a lot of residual damage. Zweb about to run this Lulu over. Never mind, Lulu burns flash. And Bessa in the cage here gets the Lulu ulted. Zweb ends up going to the back line. Mac eats a Vagar ult, and Inferno's the last one left. All of that AoE plus Vagar damage. Wait, what the hell? Oh, Lord, Zweb's E hit him in the middle of the blast cone animation. And it looks like Impact is looking to push for an end here. Monk is up, has ults. Big ult coming out, but it's not enough. And that's it. Impact Challengers ties this series up. A really, really well played game. Scrapping. And looking at some of the stats here. Well, thank you, Riot, for your impressive client. Oh, this gold graph was something. This game was something here. Woohoo! That was Gragas. For as much as I wasn't a great big fan of the build, I think that's what that extra bit of damage there definitely helped. So I'm gonna go over to Game 3's draft here. The classic IMP lose game 1. Yeah, Pixel, you guys are kind of known for that. So let's see what happens here.
Hello, hello.
And we have a nice guest here for the draft. Mr. Brandino. I appreciate you being active in the chat, my friend.
Yeah, yeah. I'm happy to see the games. I don't know if I'll be able to see the whole series of five, but I'm happy to see what I can. I was so surprised at game one. Renekton had this like humongous lead, and I was like, all right, it's just gonna be like a single flank, and they're just gonna kill everyone. And then Renekton just started like 1v2, and I saw like a couple of quirky Sona doubles, so that was just crazy. And then I turn around and all of a sudden go and prep some food, and the game's over. Not the way I thought it would.
Yeah, I think the advantages that they found in the side lane, especially with the Akali, Monk ended up getting a couple of really solid solo kills and some really high impact Akali ults in these team fights. But
Yeah, I
they,
think I saw like a 12-3-0 or something like that. Like he had no assists. He had been part of every kill and got all of them.
Hmm. Yeah, but what do you think now? This will be uh, now at least a minimum of 4 game series. How do you think this game three is gonna go? Especially with Fearless now, we see a lot of the picks getting taken away from a lot of these teams. To be honest.
Um, oh, it's interesting. Like I don't think they're ever letting the Femboys mid laner get those 3 champs. So I don't think those bans ever change. Um, and then I don't know. Did they ban Lee Sin every single time up until now? Has that
Yes.
been a consistent ban? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Femboys.
that's just the nature
First
of
three.
Fearless.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Ooh.
I like the cannon first pick.
Okay.
That's spicy.
Is this a
Um,
top or a mid?
I think they're looking to flex it. Some team, I don't remember which team, it might be this one, did play cannon mid at some point. So I'm wondering if that's it. I ultimately like. There's a lot of memes about Femboys mid laner not having a lot of champs, but like I don't know how true that is. All I can say is that it's definitely this is the hardest part of playing playoffs. Best of five is just exhausting. There's a big mental game to it. There's a big like I don't know, just staying consistent game, and then there's also the champ pool. If you play 5 games and you're banging out mids and you're picking mids every game, it's like that's a bunch of mid laners. So I'm just wondering how it'll go. Um, but my opinion, most assassins play the same way early game, so at least the lane phase should be okay. Guess we'll see.
Kaisa
Kaisa pick.
Kaisa pick is interesting with Kinnan already showing.
Kaisa Nautilus, Kaisa Pantheon. Okay. I mean, I guess the Pantheon's a flex pick. It's not really like great into Cannon, but it'll it'll work. So I don't think it'll go top side. It could be very good with like a draft synergy, but for jungle, but I'm not sure. Oh, ooh, dude, the
Okay.
poppy in this league has been insane. So many poppy players.
Mhm.
I hate all of you. Stop playing poppy. No, it's great. It's a great champ. Shuts me down so hard, man.
I, I love it as a former top lane popping merchant. I used to love playing that champion in certain comps.
That's the first champ I spent my little Hextech gems on to
Oh.
get the Hextech skin for. So I like Poppy. She's a very strong top laner, very strong jungler. Even somehow was able to play support. Um, so with that in mind, I don't know where they're gonna play it here, but their draft is very open. None of those picks have a decided lane phase. That can be Trist mid, that can be Poppy jungle, that could be Kennen mid. Who knows? So
Mm.
Femboys kind of have to figure it out and start picking blind stuff in order to not screw themselves over. So they picked Gnar, which is very good into both of those potential top laners.
Nara's actually pretty good in a Kinnan.
They're relatively even. Like you're not gonna have a problem, I would say that generally, like in terms of side lane dueling, Gnar does win. He gets a little bit of MR. He's a lot better with his DPS. Kennen's a better quick team fighter. So I give it to Gnar, but it's relatively even. They're both range champs who want to scale up into later on. But versus Poppy, it's definitely good picks too. But then there's the issue here. Is that Poppy going top? Is that Kennen going top? What if that's Poppy support, Kennen mid? But you got to make a pick at some point.
Oh, Monk just getting the whole band face thrown at him.
Yeah, dude. I'm expecting it to be 5 mid bans. Let's see. Who's the next one? Silas? Did he play Silas? I feel like this champ pool says Silas.
Yes, I would tend to agree. I have not seen him play Silas, but he strikes me as a Silas player.
I hope I'm not inspiring the team's bans. But that's what I kind of expect, depending on what their OBGG says.
Yeah.
Nautilus.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
well, I feel like you're inviting him to try some type of melee mid here, because in the Poppy, I feel like Poppy's going to already match up well. If it's like a Talon or um, even something like Talon, Silas, Aurelia, Yone, Yasuo, like Poppy does very good into all of those like really aggressive picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely. Oh, well, they're probably not going to take the bait. Yeah. There's a lot of risk. The Ari is interesting to me. It's like her kit doesn't really revolve around her ultimate being a melee dash in, so it's not going to be a big deal for her to avoid Poppy W most scenarios.
Yeah. If that ends up being Pantheon jungle, Ari Pantheon is kind of a touch more low budget like Ari Vi.
I like Pantheon as a stand-in for Vi in a lot of situations, but he definitely doesn't do the same things. But
Yeah.
he's yeah, he with 0 gold, he can still stun lock someone into a one shot. That's true.
And the Talia coming in, so Kennen top. Let's see where this Poppy's going.
There's another player, and I'm not sure if it's this team again. It could be. Oh, I'm gonna get proven wrong by that comment. There was a Kennen support player at some point too.
Mm.
So, but I don't think that that was this team necessarily. But I could be wrong.
I
So
don't.
Trist Maokai? No, it's gotta be Maokai Jungle, right? Trist Poppy bottom.
I would go with the Trist. It's probably still left open. They probably want to see where this Pantheon goes.
Because yeah, that's ultimately nope. That's what makes the most sense. You want oh, there's another dash support who's reliant on that for engage.
Mm,
Okay,
interesting.
all right. I mean, the Femboys draft is very coin flip esque. So I just through comfort of how I want to draft and how my players play, is I think I give them the edge here. It gives them a lot of agency. Kennen wants to scale up. Talia wants to scale up. Tristana is happy to fight a bit, but your side lane, your solo laners are really looking to scale up on the imp side again, just like last game. And Femboys is looking to fight, but this time I don't feel like Femboys is on a clock. I actually feel like they scale potentially better, so this is going to be interesting.
I would tend to agree, though. I think it's going to come down to if they can catch somebody off in a pick or catch somebody in a side lane here via like Pantheon ult. Because I feel like in a direct 5v5, it's really hard to like engage into Talia Kennen. I feel like, but
Yeah.
they have some of the triggers to
I
pull.
have more engaging methods to attempt
Well, I usually look at it in two ways, right? You look at your 4v4 and side lane, like your 4v4 slash 1v1, and then you just look at your ball comp 5v5s. In your side lane, I don't think that Gnar Cannon is decidedly one way or the other, but if I were to give an edge, I'd give it to Gnar, especially later on when he's got more MR to just wait. Um, but in your 5v5 ball comp, your best engage is kind of looking to me like a Maokai ulti into Kennen ulti, and that's okay, but I see a lot of disengage. I see Ari ult, Leona ult, I see Pantheon invulnerability. I see a lot of ways for them to slow that down, even if they do get that. So, um, I kind of feel like the 5v5 isn't too decided off of the wombo combo. So Imp's really looking, in my opinion, to try to match these skirmishes, but it's hard. It's hard to match skirmishes versus someone like Pantheon who like skirmishes one end, ults the other end. Well, I would look this game to see what Pantheon does. I think this game revolves around whether or not Pantheon gets moving or not.
This is a Poppy jungle Maokai support, by the way.
Ooh, okay. All right. Um,
feeling what they cannot
I mean,
understand.
it's not bad. It's not a bad combo. I'm just kind of surprised. I would expect that the Poppy would go support in this scenario. I think it's more beneficial, but if you don't play it, you don't play it. I think that Maokai is a great champ for setting up engages for their team. So
Weak.
I guess we'll see. Does this I haven't seen it in this series as much, but Maokai's a good roamer in terms of setting up picks, kind of like Alistar. I'm wondering if he's going to look for any of that stuff too. It's just hard for Kennen to set up that kind of thing. There's not that much early side damage. Is similar.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I feel like though Maokai, sometimes people forget that he's not that tanky that early, even after like one item. So if he tries to be like a main engage without like a long distance ult, which they have mobility to get away from, so it feels bad. That I think Maokai could be one of those ones getting blown up here if he ever goes forward at the wrong time.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting to see. Like I personally, when I'm looking at if I'm playing Imp's team comp, I'm looking at it. I'm thinking I want to have this Tristana get a lot of early pressure. I want my mid and top laners to just be able to have some even scale. And when everyone's two item, I'm assuming I'm going to be looking for a 5v5, but you have to be in the driver's seat. And I think that the way that you're in the driver's seat, you're playing Poppy, great counter engage champ. You're playing Talia, also a very long like team fight oriented champ. So if you get like the fights to slow down, it's great for you. So I'm looking to mirror the Pantheon's routing and slow down his ganks, and then just turn it around off of that. I think that that's very possible, and turns into a Tristana snowball. You know, she gets one kill, she hops on the next, keeps going. So that's what I would do if I was on Imp's side. Um, it'll be interesting to see how this works out.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Um, yeah, and I also think it can be helped on, especially that first jump on, if Imp does get the first move and throws the first punch. Like Kennen, Tristana is bringing in a lot of damage, and they can even zone off the person that they catch with stuff like Tilia Poppy, because they're
There's so much poppy value on the W here.
yeah, yeah.
Leona, Ari, Gnar, Vi, literally every single champion has potential poppy W to stop.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of volatility in both of these comps. I give the edge to Femboys, but that's off of favoritism for my draft style. I haven't seen how the imp style will work here because like I don't play a lot of Kennen with our teams in competitive because I feel like he's got to get to a really two item, multi magic pen oriented build before he's really taking off, and then he starts taking over. But that's a long time. So. I'm interested to see how this Kennen performs. I'm interested to see how the Pantheon gets responded to. You said, by the way, that this is a Poppy Jungle Maokai support, so you know it's not Talia bottom, right?
Correct, correct. It is
Okay,
Tristana bot, Tilia mid.
okay. That would have been another interesting thing. Maokai W into Talia combo sounds really good, but takes a lot of mana.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't. I feel like even though Talia jungle is slept on, there's just not many players that are gonna pull the trigger. Plus, I feel like there's just other AP junglers that are just overall better. Like the Lilia.
Oh yeah, there was a time back when, huh?
Hmm.
Talia used to be the jungler, and you used to do like Renekton combos with Talia in order to one-shot someone from full health because that was very fair.
Yeah.
I remember old Talia. You would face check a bush and you'd be dead before you even face checked it because she would one shot you before you even got there.
Hmm.
That champ was really snowbally. I'm kind of surprised she's not seen in jungle nowadays. Like I never see it. It's kind of crazy. I wonder
Uh,
what they changed about it.
we played a jungle in a couple of scrims, and actually Soup was a big merchant for it. Um, Especially when we had pushing side lanes, because post level 6 you could respond to like counter ganks much easier with the R.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to me, conceptually, unless it's clear, it's horrible, which I don't know. I haven't played it,
It's not
but
horrible.
conceptually, it sounds great. I just know, like in all instances where my team is playing, if we have Talia open, I'm never playing that. It doesn't matter if I were to play 100 games of it. We have a mid laner who plays a thousand more games of it, so
Hmm.
we would never play it on me. So I didn't really practice it, but conceptually, I really like the idea of playing this like scaling AP champion in the jungle. It's going to be doing big deeds later on.
Alrighty, my friend. Well, I do appreciate the input here. As always, you are one of my favorite guys to talk to in the
Oh,
league.
thank you, sir.
Um,
Likewise, likewise.
well, much
Well, I'm
love.
happy to see this game.
So yeah, feel free. Game should be on. Yeah, should be on the Twitch here.
Looks like a black screen on my end, but
Let me
I'm sure
double.
that'll be coming up as you load in.
Yeah, there we
So
go.
I'll head out of here, grab some popcorn, and get ready to watch game three. Oh,
Oh,
it's paused. All right.
yes, we do have a pause here. It looks like Stunner's having some internet issues, but like I said, man, I appreciate always talking to you guys. You're some of my favorite people to talk to you in the Coin Flip Boys. So, um,
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Much love. I'm rooting for the coin flip comp here, but I'm excited to see if I'm wrong. All right. Bye bye now.
deuces, my friend. And that is Brandino coming in here, giving us some draft insight. Always appreciate his insight. He looks at the game on a very technical level, but he's not afraid to flip it. So, you know, uh, he's definitely got a lot of experience here against the Femboys rosters. He's played them quite a few times. So, we did have a pause here at the beginning of the game. We're going to let the spectator just kind of catch up. Max showing off. Is that the Uzi, like, big boy Kaisa skin? Alright. I'm down with this. First the Vayne, now the Uzi.
To Summoner's Rift.
Alright.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Binky on Ari, that's new. Yeah, you know what else is new, Marika? He took frickin' TP for the first time this series. Ready for the Assassin Ari build? Yeah. It's Binky. He's definitely Assassin, Ari, Sword Pen. All of that. Which actually, low-key, I think the Assassin's build's much better now. You know, the Roa build has its place, but I think just Assassin has a much better curve and scales better. So, we'll see how this one ends up going here. Yes, I believe they did. I will say, I've seen Electrocute Talia pick up steam here in solo queue, and then some of the higher ELO games I've been catching out. So surprised MLEC didn't go that. I'm gonna double check this. Yeah, no damage amp on the charm. I do remember a world where that was a thing, but I believe in some of the RE kind of retool where they gave her ult resets that they did take that part out. I did love that damage amp. Oh, Stunner going forward. Ash is getting all in here with an Ignite. First Blood going over to Stunner. Pixel kind of fighting here with Mac to finish it. Oh, the mid laner's going at it now, too. Oh! Gnar all-inning here. Getting a decent trade back. Charm coming out from Monk ends up being a little short there. Zweb trying to gank here, but was unsuccessful. Gnarly trade. All right, I see what you did there. I'm here for that. Oh! Oh! Does he fall to minions? He does not. So Flash is burned topside as both of them are on single digits HP. Ooh, what an action pack early game. Inferno coming mid here. MLEC on. Oh, and there's kind of the charm combo we were talking about. We touched on it with Draft with Brandino about how good Pantheon can be as like a Vi substitute. These top laners don't give a shit. Just Yordle v Yordle combat here. Flash coming out here, gets back-to-back stunned here. And Kennen ends up falling here off a flash stun. Charm coming out from Monk, trading off decent amount of damage. MLAC returning it back. Off that back, though, he does get a Tear of the Goddess while Monk is sitting on his blasting wand, so Ari definitely in big favor here. Alright, let's see. Web pulling the trigger here. I think Inferno got that. Monk is only level 5. Doesn't get stunned up. Nice flash overall away from the Talia. Unraveled Earth. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Brandine. I thought it was really, really weird that Poppy E did not stun from that angle. Nar kind of getting a little bit of a trade here. Did get Rush the Merc Treads off of that kill he got from the Pantheon gank. Right, game favoritism. I don't know. I've had some times where I feel like it shouldn't stun, and the next thing you know, it does. So it's just that those walls are kind of weird. MLAC getting jumped on here off the room. Monk gets ulted away by Zweb here. And Inferno gets the feats of warfare and ends up ulting away. Alright, well played by Inferno. Clever use of the ult there.
Tag.
Oh, could potentially be an all-in here. And Gnar ends up taking down Kennen. So Kyle having not the greatest first game here. Got picked on quite a bit. But these last 2 games, he's scored a couple of them back here on the Churros. Oh, and gets the execute too with the Alcove Gaming. Does give experience over this web, but that's it. Well played overall. Oh, Charm just ends up being a touch short here. Monk finding good windows to throw these charms, but they just need to extend that distance another 50 units. We see the Malignance rush already done by Ari. 9.5 minute and Malignance is going to hurt. Oh, Kennen taking a boatload of damage here. And Gnar ends up diving him. Zweb, though, showing topside here. No execute coming out. Zweb will end up taking out Gnar here. Oh! The clutch E coming over. MLAC might have to burn ults. Yeah, it will. And then, oh, no way! Oh, and Cannon has to burn TP as well. Oh, what a sequence. Impact had to burn so much just to get that Gnar. C9 versus Fly, game 5. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. Not exactly thrilled I had to miss that whole series, but I'll listen to Dom or... Oh, nice charm. Or one of their VODs. No spoilers, Rurika. I will kick you if you spoil this. No cap. Oh, charm's still a little short, but Inferno joining the pressure here. So 2 plates going over to Ari. Oh, Ash is going forward. Monk here. Inferno's on Raptor, so I feel like that was a miscommunication. Ash is, though, flashing out. Zweb trying to make a Hex Flash move on the Monk, but not going to work. Ash has never learned his... Oh, Pixel, though, with a nice Q here. Inferno coming down, and this is going to be Pixel falling. Monk, though, getting all in here, but MLAC's Talia. Unraveled Earth down for probably another second. Okay, there, got used again. MLAC just basically just wave clearing now. Oh, Monk, though, all inning. Nice flash from MLAC. Monk having to flash over that bot lane river wall. Kennen getting all in here. Oh, and just barely survives. Survived with... Oh, had to have been sub 10 HP.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Nice charm again coming from Monk. He's been landing quite a few of these charms in lane. Oh, Lord. First, Monk goes a Lost Chapter item. Well, first he goes TP instead of Ignite. First time this series. Then he builds a Lost Chapter item for the first time this series. Now he's going Merc Shreds. Aw, Monk's going to look back at this game and not be happy. This is so not his playstyle. But I can't blame him. Oh, nice charm to stop the Poppy E. Do you have Inferno down here making a move on the Pixel? Pixel does not get the Q done in time. Mac, though, all-inning. Pixel most likely going to fall. Mac had the ult in the back to finish off Pixel. He had to flash away. TP coming out by Kennen here. Big Kennen ult coming out. Double kill for Kennen. Inferno does pick one back up on the MLEC. Monk comes down, but he's a little too late on the rotation. Tilia ult got her there quicker. And now Drag getting taken by Impact Challengers. Though Gnar does get 2 full turrets off of this. Oh, and the electrocute comes back up to take care of Monk. But with that first turret top lane and combat feats, Femboys does get the feats of strength completed here. And we see triple Merc Treads from the top side of the map here. I will say, I do like Mac building a little bit of AP early. I think this is a world where he could go like Nashers and be a little more of a poke bot here. Inferno, though, looking here, getting taken out. The E didn't give him much value, and that's a shutdown going over to MLEC. So looks like a little bit of a miscommunication for Inferno. Mac, though, looks like he's going to pick up this bot lane turret. That is Rift Herald going over the Vancouver Impact. We do see Gnar being an absolute menace here. Is this a 1v2 potentially? No, Poppy's there to clean up, but in a 1v2, he goes 1 for 1 versus the Seraph Shield. This Gnar is going to be so hard to take down. So, never honestly seen Stridebreaker. Oh, but here's a big engage here onto Mac. Nice Poppy ult, knocking him up. Ashes is going to fall. Potentially, Stunner gets the reset there. Goes after Inferno. Inferno fighting back here, but ultimately falls. Monk getting jumped on here by MLEC. Charm coming out. Ariel still up here. Well played by Kennen. Kennen and Poppy here. So the Yordle duo coming in clutch here. Q just coming a little short here. Oh, big all-in coming. Monk trying to skate around this. Mac now in the area. Ignite's going to drop Monk. Mac here now. And Mac's going to end up picking a double kill here. As Kai'Sa's now on 2 items. Excuse me. Oh, Inferno ends up all-inning Kennen up top. Smite for the slow here. And ends up getting one back on the Kennen. There's just so much fighting. 23 kills in 19 minutes. Quad Merc Treads on the side of Femboys here. Oh, nice flash from MLAC. This Gnar has quite a bit of damage in MR here. He's out of the Unraveled Earth. Oh, but he ends up getting pushed back here. He's going to end up going over to Zweb. But again, Femboys always finds a way off of the split pushing pressure to get Otacon here. That's their third Otacon of the series. We have 2 items completed now on the Kennen, including some pins, so he's going to hurt. Oh, big ult combo coming out. Pixelated gets there. Mac ends up getting pushed away. Zweb has to force his max flash. Now Zweb getting taken down. Ari trying to dance around the back line. Charm comes out here. MLAC ends up falling. Now they end up just trying to chip away at it. Kennen no ult here, so it was a nice setup for Impact Challengers. But ultimately, nice and even better turn coming out of Femboys. Oh, what a game already. And this is game 3. We still have at least 1 more to go. Rift Herald gets used topside by Impact. Stun coming out. Gnar ends up bringing him closer to the wall here. A lot of attack speed. Ends up taking a turret shot. Actually, 2 turret shots, and Kennen uses that damage to help finish the job here against Gnar. Inferno's still worried about these grubs here. Burns E on the stunner. TP coming in from Monk. Mac, though, helping dive in the backline here. Pixels fall. Monk now completed the TPs. They're all ending on Zweb here. Ash's ult ends up moving away. Monk ends up getting a passive in. Charm coming in on the MLAC. Mac now on a rampage here. And what a big convergent fight from Femboys. They had so many ways to enter that fight. You had TP coming out from Monk. See, TP much better than Ignite. You had Inferno getting caught, but the E getting so much value. Mac ends up diving in from halfway across the map. And Nashor's ends up coming out. 3rd item for Mac. Let's see what he ends up going here. Please tell me that Cloth is going into a Zanyas. That would be so 5-head. Now we have a pause here, as it looks like Pixel's internet is having issues. So, just as a heads up, for anybody still with us, Stunner for IMP is having some issues right now, so we're just still awaiting to see when he gets back. So just bear with us. Looks like we are back. Waiting for the spectator to catch up. And here we go. So 46,000 to 41,000. 2 dragons to 1 here. All in favor of Femboys. Mac already on 3 items at the 24-minute mark. So his Kaisa's Uzi level fed. I remember correctly, I believe... Well, hold on. Pixel getting caught out here by Inferno. Mac doing his best here. Kyle taking a boatload of turret shots here, but forcing Kennen all out. Flash burned by both Zweb and Pixel, so Femboy's trying to start up the Baron here. They've done this before. TP coming in from both top laners here in the back. Gnar doesn't have much Gnar bar built up. Big Poppy ult knock up, but overall not going to do much. Mac diving to the back line, ends up getting a double kill. Stunner ends up buffering the jump, so didn't need to cleanse there. But well played by him overall. And that ends up being a Baron and 3 kills over to the side of Femboys. And this is now 3rd Drake and puts Femboys here on sole point in this game 3. Kyle ends up getting jumped on here. Gnar now goes Mega here, so he's a big fat front line. Monk ends up diving under the turret here to put in some damage. Mac's still alive, trying to put out some damage. Turret ends up falling, so they end up just taking out Pixel for this tier 2. Kyle just face tanking all of this. Oh, hello! I don't think you meant to do that. Whoopsie. But they still have pressure with this Baron minion wave here. You get this tier 3 bot lane. Mac just, oh, what a charm! Monk with the charm here. Oh, but there's a double kill and double shutdowns going over to this Kennen. That is the last champion you want to give it to. And I think you just overstayed, boys. Triple kill going over to Kennen. And now he is sitting on full death cap. Actually, my apologies. He already had the death cap. Now he's got damn near full Zanyas. Went Void Staff. Quad Merc Treads. I can see that, yeah. Full crit bloom completed by Talia here. 4 items on the Kennen. Zanya's completed by Mac as a big pickup. We gotta start seeing some of these MR boots getting upgraded. Monk ends up going Banshee's Veil. That's an interesting pickup. I do love the Kaisa poke coming out here. This web stunning Inferno here as the Inferno takes everything to the face. Mac just being now an artillery mage. Ashes getting taken out here. Procs the aftershock, so lasts for quite a while, but still ends up falling. So here we are at the 31-minute mark. 3 dragons to 1 in favor of Femboys. 23 to 19 kills. They are up by about 6,000 gold here. They got a little disjointed from the bot lane push, but we're going to see how this ends up going. And Mac keeps landing these W's. It's really going to make them have a really solid fight. Inferno again, kind of body blocking, getting stunned here by Zweb. E gets a lot of value here. Mac ends up getting quite a bit of damage. Pixel takes a boatload of damage from the Kaisa here. And now we have Mac just full-blown launching W's. Web catches that one, ends up stunning Ashes here. Poppy W gets quite a bit of value. Ashes ends up using Locket and tanking. Kennen gets the kill onto Leona here. Pixel ends up pulling the trigger on the Gnar here. Zweb is getting fought by Inferno on the backside of it. Zweb's ult ends up missing. Kaisa ends up Zanya's on the Kennen here and ends up taking down. Well played by Mac overall. And this looks like a potential end angle for Femboys here at the 32.5-minute mark. Sorry, 33-minute mark here. That was super well played by Mac, keeping Kennen marked here. Stunner ends up getting one shot here off a Pantheon stun. And that is GG in favor of Femboys as they go up 2-1 in this series here. So series point. And while we are waiting for them to get in order and look at the draft, let's go ahead to a little bit of the overviews. This was kind of Femboys from the word go here at the 4-minute mark. Oh, Impact did put up really solid fight overall, but Mac and Inferno having some standout series overall in this series. So we go ahead. Femboys is up 2, and then let's move over to the draft, which I believe they might have already started here. They did, and it was a quick ban phase off of that. So same bans coming out for both teams. Femboys has not budged on their bans one bit. Impact has not budged since game 2 of this series, as Monk has always been outspoken about not having the widest champion pool, and they keep attacking it. Impact Challengers coming out with the Lucian Milio here, which I've not seen much of this combo, but on paper it sounds really good. You know, keeps healing Lucian, so it keeps refreshing his passive. But Femboys B wanting the Jace here. Could go anywhere. But Aphelios Renata, coming out as a potential response for Femboys here. And it ends up being Aphelios Nami? Alright, that's not a combo that I've seen before. See how this one goes. This puts pressure on Impact, because do they waste more mid bans with this Jace potentially going mid? Or do they ban something else and potentially leave a champion open for Monk here? Now it looks like they are targeting Inferno here with the Jarvan ban. Let's see what this 5th ban is. Femboys, again, just been super consistent across this whole series. And Syndra coming out here. So what is left open for mids? Rise is open. Cassiopeia's open. Echo's open. Mel, Orianna. Silas, shockingly enough, is open. The Wynn brothers, Victor, Zoe, Azir is left open. So we'll see what these two mid laners want to play. Here's an Ori. Oh no, a Nocturne coming in. Nocturne great in the Orianna, great with Orianna. Shen Nocturne Orianna combo sounds really dirty right now. So let's see what Femboys wants to react. They do have the makings of a little bit of a peel comp here with Nami already Need some music? I actually do have some music queued up. So I just we've been in and out of these drafts super quickly that I've kind of not been quick enough to play it. But and we see the Azir coming out for Monk, so this is a little bit of a change these last two games from our boy Monk here. Not playing some aggressive mid laners that he has been open for, though he is getting a shit ton of them banned. So let's see what happens here. The main counter in Talia's gone. This could be I was about to say a Xerath or a Lux angle coming out of here. This Lux, I think, completely wins this draft for the side of Impact Challengers. As if Impact gets ahead at all, there is no way Femboys can walk into any type of fog of war or push up any far in lane because of this Nocturne. So I really like this R5. We've seen MLAC bust out this Lux quite a bit. PTA on Lux or no balls. This is not a PTA game. This is Burst Mage. I mean, you could argue Dark Harvest first strike here over Comet, but I think MLAC being the only mid to really bust out this Lux mid, he knows exactly how to play this. So Dark Harvest. I would tend to agree it is a Dark Harvest angle, but I can also see Arcane Comet for the lane pressure into Azir. I mean, personally, I'm taking Arcane Comet, knowing that their mid is not a big Azir player, so the spacing for the Lux side could be abusable. So you can definitely poke him down in lane. But so we will move over to the client here, and I'm going to take a little bit of a break here, stretch my legs, use the restroom, before we get into this game 4, as Femboys is up 2-1 against Impact Challengers here. Femboys is on blue side, Impact on red side for this game 4. Alright, we are back. Let's kind of set everything up. So, Femboys struck first game one with a really, really solid RE performance by Monk Mentality. Game two, Impact fought back and ended up taking that win off of a ticking time bomb type of comp where you had Sivir, Vagar. Game three was a back and forth brawl fest where Femboys just seemed to keep getting edges out of the team fights and ended up winning that game. And here we are for game four of Femboys versus Vancouver Impact Challengers. Unable to download spectate my ass. We'll try this again. I was just in the middle of my little monologue there too, right? Fuckers. Come on. Riot. Alright. Somehow it failed and I'm back into a spectator delay. Come on. Alright. We got something. And here we go. Well, if you're spectating. Oh, okay, so support didn't get in.
A summoner has reconnected.
Alright. Are we for sure playing this game? Okay, spectator delay has to obviously kick in. Alright. Here we go.
To Summoner's Rift.
We have Femboys on the left side, blue side.
30 seconds until minions.
You have Vancouver Impact Challenger on the right side. Riot. Okay. This is testing my patience. So, Femboys win. They go on to the finals to meet their Group A compatriots in Instinct CK. If Vancouver Impact ends up winning, we are forced into something that we have never had in LOL Midwest history, and that is a fearless Game 5. So let's see how this ends up going. I wouldn't expect the lanes to be like super volatile. I mean, Jace is going to have advantages. I feel like Lux could have a little bit of an advantage early, but not the greatest amount of kill pressure. Game 5 Fearless would be cinema. It would be. It would be. It'd create for a very long day of League of Legends, but I'm here for it. A little bit of trading here in the top lane. A little bit of trading here in the bot lane. Zweb down here. Ashe is backing off. Burns the E onto Mac. Zweb was pathing, and now he's coming back. Ashe still has summoners. Mac getting feared up. Zweb takes a turret shot. Inferno up top here. Kyle ends up having the flash. Oh, nice W block from Shin. Gets a plate off of it. And Shin ends up combating this two-man dive up top here. Well played by the Shin. TP getting burned from Shin here. Jace already burned it for an early tier, the Goddess. Blasting Wand first for Azir, quite interesting. The Aerie is actually quite interesting as well. Muck ends up taking a boatload of damage from the Lux combo here. And Impact getting this first dragon here, which is to kind of be expected. Shen kind of looking at a really successful trade here onto Jace. Monk doing quite well here in the mid lane, CS wise. A little bit of a duel here in the bot lane here. Mac has some chakrams, but never switched over to it. At least I believe that's how a champion works. I don't know. Philios is like the champion that's like, do you know how to read? Yes? Okay, prove it. Read his tooltip. Bubble ends up going wide by Ashes. Wukong, though, in this bot lane rush, trying to potentially predict a gank here, but he's going to come up to this tri-brush, ends up taking this out. Jace ends up getting a pretty solid short trade here on the Shen. Potentially a dive. Ashes has level 6 here. Shen using the ult bot lane. So, really well done by Femboys to force the Shen ult out. Shen does not have TP here. So, this does give Zweb a chance to get the grubs here. Zweb might end up falling here. He does. It was very ballsy of Monk to push him near the wall when he had flash, but Kyle ends up picking first blood here. Shen does lose quite a bit of CS for that ult bot lane. And with, well, Kyle's back in the stops here. Kyle's TP is almost up. Oh, Monk getting super low off of Lux Qs. I'm kind of with you, Marika. I feel like MLEC could have definitely gotten a touch more damage there. We do see an all-in here in the bot lane. MLEC just kind of roaming down, potentially for a turret dive. Q goes off the mark, but the E chunks out Mac here for a little bit of health. Nami healing does go pretty hard here in the early game. Stunner sidestepping that bubble quite well. Oh, Kyle kind of playing the limit testing game. His web was still in the area, presses R, all-ins Kyle, gets the kill, and then flashes out. We do see Inferno here in the bot lane. Pixel hasn't burned his ult. Both summoners going to end up being used here. Bubble coming out. Pixel does end up falling. Ashes tanks 2 turret shots here, so nice gank from Inferno here in the bot lane. We do see the Hex Tech, experimental Hex Plate, sorry, being picked up here by Nocturne. MLAC going the Blackfire Torch here on Lux, I think is quite interesting. Mac, though, staying for too long. Ends up getting taken out by Zweb. So tied up 2-2. Gold is tied up. Oh, nice trade by Shen. Fucking nice trade by Jace. Flash Q goes through Jace here. Potential all in. Neither champion has flash, so if he lands this taunt here. Oh, but the Q didn't go through! Oh, he sidestepped a little. Oh, the Q's back now. Alright. That could have been a really big turnaround from Kyle there. Canceled the auto. Yeah, the auto wouldn't have killed because the Q didn't go through. Oh, maybe here. Oh, and he ends up getting the Feats of Warfare. We did get a flash by Infernal to clean up that kill. But Feats of Warfare going over to Vancouver Impact here. A note, they already have 2 neutral objectives here, so one more Dragon or Rift Herald, and they get completed feats. MLAC down here yet again. All inning on Mac here, and Stunner follows up. And they end up taking out Mac. This Lux pick, we talked about it in draft of how MLAC knows when to pull the trigger on this, and knows how to play it really well.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Nice trade again here on the top side. We see these tabbies are completed. The Shen's gonna start to slowly win these trades here. Impact on the second drag here. Lux ulting the midwave just to not lose CS. Zweb going in on the bot side here. Inferno counter engaging though. Monk trying to get a shuffle in flash, but doesn't pull the trigger on the ult. And a nice turnaround from Inferno here. Mac ends up getting this turret bot side. That is feats of strength. Is it? Oh, it didn't win combat. Okay. Oh no, they already got it with that second drag. My apologies. Don, how you doing, bro? The score is 2-1. Femboys, they're on blue side this game. Impact Challengers is on the red side. And Chiros ends up getting taken out. Stunner getting a trade in with Ashes. Inferno here on the side, though. Web kind of in position for the counter gank. So both junglers hovering their bot lanes. Ashes might end up... Oh, Zweb misses the Q. Oh, good on Inferno. Protect his top laner from this. I actually didn't know Shen W blocked his ear soldier damage. Quite interesting. Oh, double flash getting out. Kyle getting all in here. And what a well-timed combo. Lux flashing forward to get Shen in range, and then he flash taunts. But that does give him a chance to hit bot side tier 2. Oh, and Ashes' ult ends up taking out Pixel here. As the bot lane's retreating quite heavily. Monk's going to end up getting jumped on here. And he does not have ult. Shen does take top lane here. And Stunner is going to have to give up mid lane here. So we're, again, less than 1,000 gold difference. Web, though, potentially getting jumped on here. Mac ends up taking this one away. MLAC just kind of threatening them to walk through that choke point. But ends up coming up with nothing. So, another kill over to Femboys. 7-6 here as that breaks the tie. Though Impact Challengers does have 2 dragons and all 3 grubs. Kyle grabbing this top turret. He does have TP for this dragon fight. Though Mac is slowly starting to scale here. I believe that is a fully charged Yuntals already. Yes, it is. He's sitting on 2,500 gold as an AD, so he's going to have a big fat buy here. Unless he's just waiting to get a full item here. I do love the armor boots coming out. As most of the damage thrown his way, short of Lux, is mainly physical. And he is an AD carry that loves to stand his ground. So, got all 3 components for an IE, so really close to getting a completed IE. Looks like with this back, though, Impact is going to get this mere tier 1. Nice spacing here. Those Web ulting topside here, gonna fear up Kyle, and that is Jace falling down again. We noted that this part of the draft is gonna be hard to deal with Zweb and Shen. Sorry, Nocturne Shen being able to just kind of move around this map in his little tandem. Oh, Monk going for the flash here. Faker, you are not. But I love the attempt. Oh, Mac taking a boatload of damage from the Shin here. Holy shit. interesting. Oh, the ult actually hits here. And Ashes ends up taking that one. Oh, that's such a feels bad. I do think Mac has IE on this back. I believe he does. Alright. Monk, do you know how this works? If you ult now, it'll block the charge. Nope, he doesn't know the tech. Oh, and we see the Navori second item coming out of this Shen. That is twice I've seen this split. I must be missing something on the build. I don't understand the Navori here when your rolls to be delivered. And again, Kyle just getting picked on here. But Femboys looking to get Otacon here. Oh, Q landing from MLEC. No follow-up, though. Pixel ends up getting the Shin ult on him. They're going to end up jumping on Inferno here. Inferno ends up falling. Stunner's going to stay on this. Big Aphelios ult, but not big enough. And that, for the first time this series, is an Otacon going over the Vancouver Impact. Oh, and he snipes Pixel. Boy, that QE, that QW, I'm sorry, QE, yeah, was freaking massive. So, Pixel ends up getting sniped there as Kyle flashed for that EQ combo. Alright, take a little bit of a stock. Most champs are on 2 items here. I do agree, I was about to, you kind of beat me to that there, Rurika, is Jace will have the need for Serpents real soon. Mac getting jumped on here in the mid lane. Redemption comes out. Zweb may have overshot this one. Ashes takes the brunt of the Lux damage. Mac just getting jumped on again from the Shen. And Inferno's going to end up falling here. Oh, we thought the original engage was kind of scuffed here, but turned out Shen also dove in and got the killing blow here onto Mac. Ashes took the brunt of the Lux combo here. So, I will say this Ocean Soul is now we see Vancouver Impact on Soul Point. This Ocean Soul is going to benefit both teams if they get to it. Like you will never be able to kill all of these engaged champs with this Ocean Soul up. Plus, you have Melio healing as well, coming through and shielding. So it's ultimately going to be really, really hard for Impact to be unsuccessful, I should say, in a lot of these moves here. But we'll see. Kyle's definitely getting quite a bit of value on the split push here when Shen does move here. I do want to see him going into a Serpent's Fang on this 4th item. I think it's really super necessary. Alright. We do see isolated dirt coming out from Jace. Again, want to see the Serpent Fang. I can't stress it enough here. Shen does end up completing Spirit Visage. Lux, I'm not a great big fan of this Blackfire Torch. I think it's always Luden's. You could argue Malignance here. Yeah, shields and heals on you are increased by 25%. So. We do see Monk battling Shin here. Webb looks like he's joining the fight. Jace is TPing in the middle of this. Both redemptions come out here. Monk ends up getting away here. Stunner will end up taking out Nami. Monk does fall to Shin here. Inferno trying to help clean up this fight. And overall, that's the top side of the map is taking out for Impact for 2 of Femboys here. So another big scrappy fight. Mac is going to end up falling here. As Stunner got an infinite amount of movement speed, not only from the W, but from Milio as well. Lucian now officially hurts with IE. Yes. Yes, Lucian is now completely online. What is this bot lane of Impact's doing here? Oh, Lucian plus Shen. Oh, it's Lucian against the World's Web, though. Comes down. Stunner ends up falling here. Infernal ends up living. Turret from Monk ends up coming out here. And what a ballsy play by Impact Challengers bot lane here. They will be up in time for Dragon. But only Kyle ends up falling here. Zweeb? Zweeb? I've been saying Zweb. Ah, if that's the worst thing that happens today, I'm okay with it. It's so much easier to say Zweb. Inferno diving in here. Shen, though, trying to end up taking care of the backline. MLAC gets redemption heals here. Inferno getting turned around. 3-man ult from MLAC. Sweep coming in here. Spell shields the Azir. And here comes Shen. Though Max still alive here, putting up a front. Big tidal wave coming out of Ashes. And this is going to end up being sole point for Impact Challengers here. You see Kyle coming here. He is on Serpent's Fang. Oh, Ashes fall out. Stunner, though, coming over the wall, but MLAC gives you the Lux special here. He does end up falling to Kyle here, but again, this Dragon will fall for Impact Challengers. And this is an Ocean Soul going over to Impact, which is absolutely massive with the Milio. Yeah, I didn't even think of the value coming out of Navori, of how many cooldowns that Shen got in that fight. Yeah, that's a good point out there, Rurika. We do have full 6 items now on Kyle here. Oh, Mr. Hairwick joining us in the chat here. Much love. Impact getting outscaled. I think they're too far ahead to get like truly outscaled here. Oh, Monk just getting the Shin special here. Beating with a baseball bat. Oh, excuse me. We do see a two-man Baron get taken with some luck support. Inferno, though, here on the side. I don't think they got pure vision of him. Kyle just getting all in here by Zweeb. Philios ult ends up getting spell shielded here. Kyle tries to fight back, ends up falling. Ashes ends up getting taken out. Pixel ends up taking, or using his ult. Mac back in his base, so they stopped him from doing Baron here. Inferno still has ult up. So it's just waiting on Mac and Monk to come up here. It's Zoob. Bro, as much as I mispronounce shit, bro, that is not Zoob. I still can't even pronounce their... There's no way it's Zoob. It's spelled out Zweeb. Or Zweb. It's kind of Zoob. Oh, God. Alright. It's Zoob. Fuck it. I can't even pronounce their top laner's name correctly. Oh, God. Alright. If they make it to finals, I will make sure to learn the pronunciation of both of them. Oh, Monk with a big flash ult here. Nocturne ulting in. Stunner, though. Using the calling. Inferno here. All these guys are topped off. Pixel the only one that fell. But Shen ends up falling here. We do see Mac trying to do what he can from range here. MLAC just kind of walking up, though, getting one-shotted. Stunner now here with Baron buff and Ocean Soul. This top turret's going to end up falling. Mac, though, at full health. Mac also on 3 items. Really correct getting this. Oh, Lord. I think that was 1 or 2 fights, 1400 healing. Oh. Bye, Nami. Infernal getting a big engage here, but it's going to end up falling. And now we see 3 against the world here as Mac, Monk, and Kyle are the only ones left here for Femboys to try and hold off, or we go to a game 5. Mac only getting 1 member on the ult here. Kyle ends up going in here, but will get taken out by Stunner. Now Shen ult ends up getting in, and that's a double kill going over to Stunner. And here we go, boys. Game 5, Fearless. First time in the LOL Midwest server history. Unfortunately, due to TOS, I cannot play Silver Scrapes. So. Can you play Mark Zc in Silver Scrapes? That's a legit question. But I'm not. I'm not doing it. Nope. Nope. I will do a lot of things for this server. That is not one of them. Sorry if I disappoint you guys. I am not doing the be-do beep. Nope. So. But I think we do have something special for Game 5. Let me see if this happens.
Hello, CLT.
Yo, what up, bro?
You said you needed my help. So I came to help you, buddy. Yeah, I just got home like probably 10 minutes ago. My lead client is being slow. What the hell's going on? It's not working? Or is it? Bite me. I saw the end of game 4. How was the first 3 games, man? Were they bangers?
Yeah, first 3 games were pure bangers. Though I am going to message you real quick.
Good. I'm here for it. I'm eating while I'm chilling here as well.
I'm going to send you the draft, good sir. I think Game 5 we forced Bromley on the top. No, but shockingly enough, Brom is still live in this draft. Let's see what happens here. Now that we have started in our Game 5 draft. Again, Monk mentality is just almost first timing all of these champions. They always looked really solid. The Zier one was definitely a hard game to play, but I respect it. The Ari game was super clean. So this is for a trip to face Instinct in the finals.
Yep, this is for everything. This is for all the everythings. I don't even know, man. This is for something. This is for Father's Day's glory right here. That's what this is for. For all the dads in the chat, happy Father's Day.
Impact going with the misfortune.
I don't have my phone open, so if anyone wishes me happy Father's Day, I'm only a kitty dad right now. So, thank you.
Note, like, Braum is still on the table, and we beat one misfortune here. Okay.
You said Tristana was still on the table too, or no?
No, Tristana is not on the table.
Okay. No idea what's been played and banned and all that stuff across the series.
You can click back on the drafts if you would like.
True, but it sometimes speaks out.
See a Caitlyn coming in for Femboys here. And Syndra being left open here, so Monk getting his Syndra here in Game 5.
Interesting.
Let's see what Impact wants to counter with.
I think the MF could be very scary here, and I really hope they don't pick Braum because that would ruin the MF comp right there.
Ooh, the Orianna and the Syndra. This has traditionally been a Syndra favored matchup, but as Syndra's been more skewed to like scaling and her early game got toned down, this is a lot more even. But it is on the Orianna to play it right. But we do have a little bit of a wombo here with Jarvan, Orianna, Misfortune. We see the Aatrox, the Olaf. For once, Monk doesn't eat 5 bans in his draft, only because he picked his mid early. So, Xin Zhao value, I think, is really good here.
Fair. What else do you ban? He's got to have a small pool by now, right?
I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with that.
And I know he said he can play other champions, but I mean, like, his main picks are gone. He has told us expressively that, yes, he can play them, but he doesn't think he can play them as well. So there is a world where you take those 3 picks out, and then you never even had to worry regardless of what Monk picked, right?
Mm-hmm.
What? I think he made the right decision here to pick early, just so he doesn't get pinched even harder. But it has been 5 bans towards him all series?
For at least 3 of the 4 games, yes.
That's crazy.
Yep.
How play game?
What's that?
I said, how do you play game?
He found ways. Ooh, Mordekaiser pickup. I like this. As long as he doesn't ult the Nico clone.
Oh, that's so good.
I was getting ready to say, I don't know if you want that fight.
I mean, look, York can beat Mordekaiser, sure, but like you don't. I feel like that's counterpicking yourself. No,
I tend to agree. I think most York players are not a big fan of the Mordekaiser matchup, but
he wants it.
Chicken Jockey wants it.
I respect it. Crazy. We went to 5 games finally. It only took us forever.
This
Have we?
is
Is this the first 5 game series in like 3 splits? I swear to God, it feels like that.
this is yes. Last split, no 5 games. The split before that, no 5 games. Finals 3 splits ago was
Happy Jellyfish team 5 games, right?
yes. Yes, they agreed on a best of 5 in the finals. Because I believe it was not B05 at the time, correct?
Um, Not on the rules, but I had stated we're playing 5, and they agreed. They wanted the 5 too because it was just better. I was like, "Yo, we should play 5." And they're like, "Yep." Like, not that I was playing the game, but I just told both teams, and they were like, "That's good."
Yeah. So this is our first game 5 and 3 splits. Our first Fearless game 5 ever. As this is the first split we've ran Fearless. And both teams started 5 hours ago? Holy shit.
I have more important matters to attend to.
This was the potential of Tuesday's matchup, man. Same thing
Yeah.
for me as a like fan of League. I think this is what you want to see. It's exciting.
I agree. I agree. I'm kind of siding with Impact's draft here a little bit, though I still feel like when I think of Femboys, like this is the comp that they want to run. They do love the brawl.
Um, I think both teams have angles here. The AoE from Nico can really game change fights, man.
Weak.
Well, last game here in the semifinals. I think most of the chat's been here in and out for all of this series. Big shout out to Brandino for joining me in the Game 3 draft and being pretty active in the chat here. Eureka started showing up mid-series. So, who in the chat, what team you think? Who do you think has this?
Was this series a 1-1 to start?
Yes.
Oh my God.
1-1, 2-1, 2-2.
Oh my God. Dude, my prediction could go wild here. No way. Who won game 1, didn't I? I predicted Femboys. Was it Femboys that won?
Femboys won game 1.
Oh my God. That's so crazy. No way,
Did
bro.
you actually predict this in 5?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
On the show, I said Femboys are going to win the game 1, then Impact will win game 2, and then they'll trade back and forth from there.
Oh my god. You might have actually, like, called this straight up.
Kind of crazy, though. I was completely wrong on the other series, though.
Jeez. What a day. What a night. What a series.
What a split.
What a split. Accurate as well.
For me, this is one of the best splits we've ever had here that I've been a part of, whether I've been playing or, casting. This feels like summer split last year.
Yeah, it's been an exciting split. I think all the new faces, all the talented people that have joined. 24 teams was a lot, and yeah, there's been so many insane moments. Mono coming in with his plays of the week, I thought were something that everybody wanted to see and was always asking about when's it gonna come out. I thought he was super goated for that. You know, all the playoff games, I feel like, outside of a very exceptional few, were just bloodbaths, battles. Just it has been a pretty
Well,
amazing split.
there hasn't been a single bad playoff matchup. The games have been mostly close, and there have been a couple stomps, but it's been like, okay, this game was close, but then this was a stomp. So it's like you could like get over that, So I think that it's been a fun playoffs.
Yep.
Like we haven't seen like any team just like steamrolling everybody for free. Like even Instinct, even though they're undefeated here in playoffs, they've been tested all the way through.
Agreed. Yep, 100% with that. So, and this just builds up hype towards the Rec League. I can't wait. Got some familiar faces already signed up in the Rec League, so that's going to be really fun to watch and cast. Fearless, Rico's correct. Fearless has been pretty goated. Are you in, good sir?
I'm in game, yeah. What time are you at?
23, 24, 25, 26,
Okay. Let me know when you're 32.
29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Perfect.
Sweet.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
This is only what, our first or second York of the split?
Maybe, I don't remember.
I feel
He's
like
going to spot J4 clear here, though, which is huge. Does he have red? He does not. Interesting. I would have just did my red side. Info list is so huge. Even if you infer where they started, you can never for sure know unless you see them on the board.
this is easily the longest range 80 that Mac has picked up. It's normally been like Kaisa, Vayne, stuff like that. He had Aphelios last game, but he was hyper aggressive the first two games. So, Oriana got a nice ult in on the Raptors pit, so they know Xin Zhao started blue side. Kyle getting beat here, though. Nice sidestep on the Mordekaiser Q.
Ours might be dead here.
It could potentially be a flash Q angle here.
Not what? He didn't want it. There was high potential. If not, he would have to burn sums.
Worth the ward bottom brush for Cat 1? Potentially.
Surprised they don't look to dive this Mordekaiser here, but Mordekaiser does get his reset, so I think he also made the right decision. But that means York, I think, can just walk back to lane here.
Yeah.
So TP advantage upside.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, York did not take the isolated damage from Q. He had a minion, I think, right in front of him, or right beside him.
Oh, they're going to look here on Monk. Monk is going to use the EQ here. He should be just fine. They should. Yeah, they kept going. Inferno was right there. Pretty risky. Oh, this is going to be a flash, almost certainly, right? Maybe not? No, and that's E by Churros, man. Every time I'm thinking something's going to happen, CLT is not happening. Has it been like that for you all series?
there's been some pretty close fights, especially around this mid lane in the early game here.
Monk might stop the reset here?
Oh.
He got it off just in time. That could have been disastrous for Mac.
Yeah, but now he has a little bit of a TP advantage. He can actually cheat the walk to lane here after he pushes this in.
Hello, friend.
Chicken Jockey changed his name to Kyle Kittenhouse, huh?
Yeah. Yep. It's still the same player.
Such a meme. These names.
Yeah. I was feeling Chicken Jockey.
I really was too. I liked it a lot. Look how Kittenhouse is good too. Very quiet early game.
It's gotten quieter and quieter as the series has went on.
And Monk's doing really well in this mid lane, even though technically Oriana's up in farm and the trading is gone next wave very, very often.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on Oriana to kind of play this early game well into Syndra, because late game Oriana will get like one tapped if she doesn't spec into like some MR.
Oh, this is big now. Level 6 first. Choros here. He's going to have to try to run away here. He does have the shield. But now they can look to dive. And mind you, this Mordekaiser does not have TP. J4 is not around.
You gotta dive him before he hits 6 though, or this dive is pretty scuffed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard part. See how the Shinra plays it. We do see his web here. Nice EQ there onto Ashes, but does have the W, so it's going to walk out just fine. Oh, Control Skinny flashes the W. This could be big, and he gets the 6 just in time. Really, really well played here on the top side of the map. Out of Troros, but they could still return dive. Inferno taking. Let's see kind of how this plays out. Looks like they're just going to walk away. I do think that's the right decision.
Yeah, going after blue buff here, knowing that they're going to be on dragon. So, first dragon taken over by impact challengers.
DP in the top side though. So there should, I'm going to assume some plays going to go over to Yorick here.
Yeah. Yeah, he should get at least one more if Demolish is back up, which it should be. Monk getting a lot of value from this first strike in lane.
Yeah, nice cancel though. Gonna be watching this Yorick kind of grow a lead here. Already up, what's that, 700 gold or so? It's pretty big early on in this game.
Yeah, about 700. Good catch there. These level 6s, I think, are going to make these lanes pretty violent. Oh, nice cage here. Mordekaiser just taking a little bit of chip damage here from the Maiden.
Yeah, but now here's something. It's interesting here. We do see the movement from the Alistar. They have Butcher. Syndra going to walk in. Oh, they're going to turn right onto the Syndra immediately. Get out the flash. He's stuck in the Cataclysm. They're going to drop the ulti. Nice amount of damage. Zweb might be traded back here. Meanwhile, we're also seeing a fight in the top side. Zweb actually be able to get out. Pixel is not level 5. Let's go back to the fight top side. That's a solo kill for the Yorick. More fighting, though, is continuing to happen as Max shown up. That's going to be another kill as they pick up a kill onto Inferno. And Ashes tries, he might to run away. I do think this Nico is doomed. Keep kiting around, but there it is. A little more damage. That's the Feats of Warfare going over. But look at the top side of the map. 3 plates have now been taken here by Kittenhouse. This is also pretty big for them. This Yorick's going to be damn near unstoppable if this game continues to go this way for this Yorick.
Yeah, I will say one delay, though, onto the Yorick split is definitely getting these grubs here moving up. This was the first fight we've seen over grubs. Normally it's just been trading of dragons for grubs this whole series.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice setup there from both Pixel and Zweb to make sure that the Syndra couldn't walk over there for free. But the problem is, and you can see here in the gold, the kills aren't really giving them a lead right now, right? There's multiple plays being taken. So this Caitlyn is going to be pretty big.
Don, this is the same top laner. He changed his tag. So this is Chicken Jockey. And York is up, yeah, about 1.1k overall. Caitlyn is 400 up. Mid lane, though, is a 300 gold deficit in favor of MLAC in that matchup.
Yeah, I'm really curious how this Drake's going to be played, because that's the one that's like, do we bring our Mordekaiser down, or does he stay up there trying to deal with the Yorick?
Well, this is something a little out of character for Monk here. He completes the Lost Chapter item. Normally he's pretty big on the pen spamming. Yeah, Storm Surge into Shadow Flame on Syndra.
Chunk there on a Mordekaiser, already half HP off of just one E, man. Are they gonna try to fight this York? It doesn't look like it. Maybe? He doesn't have his flash. I mean, if they want to turn, they certainly can.
Nice E coming out here. Inferno, though, is up.
I was gonna drop the Mordekaiser ulti.
Inferno
He pulls
is
in Inferno. Kittenhouse is beating Sweb right now. They're both gonna win their solo matchups, which is massive. Max gonna fall here as well. Everybody winning their 1v1 for the side of Femboys. Meanwhile, Bullet Time is being forced to be dropped in the bot lane just to keep the turret from taking more damage. Stunner gets poked out there, but so does Mac as he's hit by the turret. Top lane is definitely going to fall here, by the way. I'm pretty sure. I mean, oh, by the way, this could be a solo kill for the Alistar. It actually goes to Stunner with the E. That's kind of wild.
Kitten just ignoring this Mordekaiser.
Wants the turret. Even if he manages to kill here, I don't think it matters, but he's not going to die. That's so crazy.
Oh my god.
Ooh, Inferno's got to be very careful. He's going to jump onto Mac here, but that means Drake's going to fall. So, the one positive thing here for Blue Team, if they've been losing turrets, or at least a lot of turret damage, is they did get feats here, right? So, that is pretty massive. They are 2 Drakes up. The question is, will they have any answer for this Yorick? Because as of right now, there isn't one.
Also, really do like Inferno's build here with the Titanic Hydra first. I feel like only him and Happy Jellyfish's jungler really love this Titanic rush. I feel like everybody else is going like Sundered Sky or Eclipse. So he knows what role he has to play in this team comp here. So I really like that.
Yep. Monk doesn't have flash. It's coming up soon, though. Oh, nice EQ, stopping him.
Little bit of an unhelpful push there. But I think Inferno was wanting to turn that.
Once again, though, they're going to try to fight on top of this Yorick. But the problem is he's just 1v2ing, but here comes the support back up here, Inferno, as he makes sure to get himself a kill. And now Mac might actually kill. No, he's not able to kill. He does, actually. Oh, my goodness. Or he's going to get double kill, by the way, top side. 100%, right? No, he doesn't die. What?
And Mac and Ashes get turret bot lane. Oh, this is starting to get out of hand. Oh, hello, Pixel. Oh, okay. All came back up.
Yeah, this is looking really, really bad here in Vancouver early on.
Yeah, the gold is spread around so evenly that it makes it even harder for them to kind of grind back into this.
Yeah, I honestly feel like they just need to ignore the Yorick, man. Like, you need to play towards the strong side of the map, which really is mid-bot here. Oh, well, maybe Charles can get back in the game. Nice trap there, though, by Mac. Hiding it out well. Web is on the way. All right, that should be enough. There's the barrier that's coming down, but
Mac gonna fall. Ash is gonna fall here. Really?
Ashe should eventually fall to a Q, I believe. There it is, but Inferno has shown up. Do they want to try to fight this? You know, we do see Kyle Kittenhouse here. Pixel is on the way. Nice EQ.
Well played
yeah,
by
also
Pixel.
trying to help him. Pixel does have Unbreakable Will, though, so he should be able to walk out here. Let's see, one more Q. WAing the Yorick. He's not able to get away. Yorick picks another kill, but I do think those 2 kills, especially one of those going to Mordekaiser, was like a little more, makes the game a little more playable. He's able to get some gold. Yep, there's his Rylai's. So Max gotta be careful here. trading.
Monk.
They're trading on the top side. But look at Max movement. Max gets the shutdown. Oh, but here's the here's the big boy. But that's a decent bullet time.
Jarvan just died. Like, very fast.
Yeah, I don't know why Jarvan jumped in there, to be honest.
I think he thought Stunner was much closer, and he thought he was going to get some more free fire out of Stunner, but he was just in a really awkward position here.
Yeah, the problem is that with the Xin Zhao ulti, the Crescent Guard, like, MF, when that's up, she's not going to do any damage to Xin Zhao there, so... And I think that's kind of what happened. He expected, with that big ulti, Inferno to drop much quicker and maybe trade 1-for-1. But that is not what occurred. I do think you just play on Drake's side here. I don't think you care about the Herald. I feel like you just got to give this. Walking him sees risky. Yeah, because now Stunner's going to get locked up there. But wait a second, he's got Cleanse. But they're not going to try to turn back onto Monk. But they do get the Cleanse here. Now Inferno actually with the second part of the Q is going to stop his Webs. Web's going to die. Mac picks up the kill. And Vancouver, what's going on, guys? Pretty interesting decisions.
Oh, Lord. And then Monk goes decap second before he even finishes boots. Oh, this Syndra's strong. Pen's a little bit better, but still, this scales so well. How many stacks on the Syndra now? 91? Oh, Lord.
I mean, you're talking 91 stacks on the Syndra, but I'm looking at this gold lead, 7K right now. Massive. Vancouver is going to be clawing themselves back into the game. I do think there's potential for that. Alright, he's going to ult him. They should just focus on killing the Maiden here. Kill the Maiden. Kill the Maiden, please.
The Maiden's inside the Death Realm.
Oh, is that how that works?
I didn't think that's how that works, but evidently that's how that works.
Well, nonetheless, it's shut down. No, I thought the Maiden doesn't go with it.
Evidently, the Maiden went with him.
Oh, and a flash in there. Wait a second. Is that going to be enough?
Oh,
the turret's on his. Oh, my goodness. And now Ashes is going to get caught out here.
A double kill going over to MLEC. Yeah, Rurika said they changed it. Which I seen it earlier in the game, and I wasn't 100% sure if my eyes were playing tricks or spectator bug. But yeah, it looks like the Maiden will follow York into the Death Realm.
In that case, it's no longer a counter, right? I mean,
yes, it's no. In my opinion, it's no longer a counter.
I can kind of understand why Mordecai was struggling in this matchup even more now, because he always kind of struggled until he, ulted, until he had his ult up, right? So now all of it makes more sense. This just seems like it's Rogue favored. I don't think you can kill the little ghouls quick enough either.
I don't know if the little ghouls follow, but it definitely looks like the Maiden does.
No, but I mean, like, in lane, you don't really one-shot the ghouls, so it's not easy.
Not with Leandry nerf as well. Because, like, I think you could go, like, first time Leandries and probably have a little more innate wave clear. But, I don't know. That'd be something I'd have to test.
Even with the shutdown gold they got, the worry here is, still, like, how do you stop the York if you don't send the full team to kill him?
Yeah.
Maybe Orianna can match. It looks like she's doing okay. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that Mordekaiser wins that bot side, by the way.
No, he has armor boots. Nope. Monk is inviting him.
Alistar's gotta be careful here. So does Web, though. Turret is going to fall. And Kinhouse is also gonna be able to pick up a turret here. Oh, is this the full commit? I mean, they should be able to one-shot York here, right? Yep, York is going to drop, so that is pretty big. But again, you're losing your turrets. All the tier 2s are now gone. And we're still down still a 5K gold lead, nearly 6K.
Yeah, taking a snapshot of the item. Oh my god, York's on 3 items already at 20 minutes. Oh,
I mean, yeah, he is so big. He's acquired so much gold. That's why you kind of mentioned earlier about the grubs. I honestly think the grubs are kind of fake for Yorick. Like, he doesn't need them. He chops down turrets so quick. So Trying to turn onto Inferno, but they do not have a Shockwave here. Pixel is just going to get one shot. Bit of a mistake. Now they're going to drop right there on his web. Here's the TPN.
Oh, nice stun!
Horse out. Yeah, but he does actually take Ashes into the death round. And this is the one person I do think he can actually solo kill. Maybe he has enough. He finally gets the kill. Meanwhile, though, the Orianna was murdered. His web is going to fall, and all that's left is Stunner. Atacon is on the table. So, yeah, Pixel did not have his Unbreakable Will there to be stepping up like that.
Yeah, that was I seen the logic and I seen the understanding. Like, that was a really good fight, but you're just getting pocketbook gift here. And for 4 out of 5 games this split or this series, Femboys takes Otacon.
I do think that, again, with having the two Drakes, like, they could potentially stall out a little bit. It's going to take some time before they can really break the game. But here's a flash in there onto the Yorick. He is slow, so he's going to die here. Oh my goodness, that Q. Stunner having to step into range. Nearly dying, but Drake's spawning in 25 seconds. If they can get their resets off in time, they might be able to fight this Drake, CLT.
Agreed, though. Mordekaiser ult should be up for this fight. Flash, unfortunately, will not be.
But it won't be, but I think if he pulls, honestly, if he just pulls Inferno out, I really feel like they're okay. But they need to wait for the setup. Right, you need to wait for your team to get here. I don't think they should be afraid. I really don't. They have to be afraid if they're walking here. Nice.
Oh!
Max should immediately drop, and the Shockwave's still going to be pretty decent. Unfortunately, nobody's able to. Beautiful pullback here. Monk is eventually going to drop. Here's the bullet time. It's
big bullet time!
Everybody is dying. Shut down for this Mordekaiser's bow onto the Syndra, and now they're turning onto this Drake. Holy moly!
What a bullet time by Stunner. I mean, Inferno played that so beautifully as well. They were so well played on both sides. But man, Stunner with the bullet time off the Rylai's passive from Mordekaiser, keeping him in it, was insane.
Yeah, that was actually really, really well played. They're both like, what do we do, guys? Can I escape? Yes.
Now we see Vancouver on Soul Point, 17-17. Plate gold still in effect, though, from earlier on with Femboys. They're only up 5K. And honestly, it was like 7K trending upward. And now Impact.
It was 8K. It was 8K before that fight. Yeah, it was 8K before that fight. So they clawed back a bit. Kind of got it back into the even state before the Otacon. Like, not even state, but even gold to what it is now. So it's gonna be very interesting. There's still an uphill battle. I do think that the Drakes are helping out a bit here as well. But now you've given yourself more time to stall, and I think I don't think they're going to be completely outscaled with this comp they have, right? I do think both comps scale pretty well in terms of how they want to fight into each other. I just think the only problem for me is just, again, this Yorick. Can they deal with Yorick on the side lane? And if the answer to that is yes, then I think it's very playable for Vancouver. If the answer to that is no, good luck. But speaking of this Yorick, he's looking for a flank here. And I don't know if he wants that flank. He's just going to get popped here. Bit of a mistake here.
I feel like this has happened twice, because it happened in top lane where he just split a little too early, and they had tempo on Dragon the fight here, so it's just gotta plan these type of moves with the team a little more. Oh, big ol'!
Will needs to be popped by Pixel. He doesn't use it in time, so he's chunked heavily. Team is just going to give his life. So this is going to be a trade back. Very interesting. I feel like with that tempo and how everyone's moving, I think I would have loved to see the Orianna moving with the team. And now they're going to turn on the Baron. And this Baron should die pretty quickly.
Yeah, Yorick up in 5 seconds.
Here's the TP. I mean, they're going to try to contest this. Maybe you could play for the fight. Oh, it's like the Rash. You're going to catch two. Immediately going down to Orianna dying. But Charles, he's got the ulti here. Kittenhouse has come back, though. I just don't know if they want the fight. This may be the best you get is another trade here. Decent bullet time's going to come out, but it's not going to be enough damage. Nice Cataclysm, just trying to keep himself alive. Can Stunner get out? He's trying to cut it out the best he can, but I think Inferno's going to get the kill. He will. And wait a second. A bit of a decision here. I don't think that's how you want to contest, but well played there by Ashes to set that up, acting as a control ward.
Yeah, insane engagement there by Ashes using the Nico mechanics here. I swear to God, this is the most annoying champion to play against if in the hands of the right person.
Yeah, I just felt like if they wanted to contest, they needed to do it earlier. I also think, like, they had an angle where the Alistar ulted that, honestly, if you just drop the Cataclysm on top of the bullet time in the mid lane, you can trade HP bars, and Alistar still might die, but then they're maybe too low to just start the Baron immediately. So, nonetheless now, they do have Baron buff. They're going to be pushing pretty hard. It's going to be really hard for them to stop it here. I think the pick here onto the Yorick would be the preferred play.
I feel like we've seen this before.
Yes, we do have Shockwave.
Oh, wait a second!
Drop. They will be able to trade 1-for-1, but meanwhile, mid lane is going to fall. And Pixel has to be careful. He's putting himself in a really, really bad spot. They're going to try to turn onto him, getting the Unbreakable Will here.
Stunner Burning Cleanse. Bullet time still in play here. They're just playing it slowly, pushing top here.
Oh, they find Ashes. He's going to go into Johnny's here. He's immediately going to drop. Decent bullet time as well. Wow, that's that's a situation.
But we see Femboys have a tempo here on this Dragon. This will be the second Infernal Drake. And I'm not going to lie, stacking Infernals onto Syndra, that's 3 items and a death cap at 30 minutes.
I'd actually argue that Vancouver has tempo here. They've got all their members up, and Ashes is still dead. I think if they just play this a little slow, get the whole team grouped up, I do feel like it's hard to walk into them.
That's
Ashes
fair.
dead
Yeah,
for 4
look at
seconds.
this.
But the problem is it's only Pixel by himself, and we've seen this song and dance way too many times from this Alistar. He should be forced to use the Unbreakable Will. Doesn't use it right away. It's a bit of a mistake. Once again, getting caught out. Flash in there onto Mac. Mac's going to drop.
Nice ult!
They do pick up the kill onto the Syndra, but I don't think it's going to matter. Everybody is just going to die on blue side. As Shuros, even though he is a big Mordekaiser, once he comes out of the death realm, he is dead himself. And say hello to this Yorick. You've been dealing with him all game, and I don't think he's fun. Oh no, Stunner's trying to kite it out, but... Oh my goodness,
Lord.
A couple Qs might be too much. Here's the flash, but the Yorick is just unstoppable.
Oh, the sidestep
I don't
here.
even think he wins this.
Oh,
He's gonna get another one. He flashes away. He does survive, but now they're just going to walk it into the base. 10 seconds on the Orianna. Mac's going to start hitting these turrets. Turrets are going to drop fast. They still have the Baron buff. And Femboys are looking to mark themselves right into these playoffs.
Oh.
All the way to the finals. They say you cannot stop me. It took us 3 weeks, but we're going to be there. And we're going to go and for a classic A matchup. It's going to be Femboys versus Team Instinct. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Femboys.
A 29-minute banger. The only disappointing thing about that game was Kitten House didn't have the Kitten York skin.
No, he did not.
A Group A tiebreaker rematch. Oh my lord. Both top laners were over 1,000 champion damage a minute. Holy.
Well, my prediction was not correct all the way through, but the fact that I got all the way to Game 5 with my prediction is crazy.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Femboys, though.
Yeah, congrats to Femboys on a very long, very tiresome, but very, very entertaining series. We will have a lot to talk about in the Midwest Weekly about this. Holy cow.
Yeah, it'll be a fun show, but sincerely, congratulations to Femboys. Femboys vs. Instinct is going to be a fun series. But I feel like Instinct has just had a date with Destiny. Um, so that's crazy.
So, holy shit, what a night. This is a 4.5 hour stream. I think by far and away our longest one. Oh, so, I'm going to go on a limb and say nobody wants an interview.
Well, I'm gonna head out of here. Glad I got to jump in for one. Wasn't my best casting, but I will see you guys soon. Thanks for having me on CLT, and
Oh, thanks for coming in
thank
for a
you.
banger game 5, man.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, thanks for everyone that's always watches these guys play, and thanks for the teams that played. And I do think Vancouver gave it their best shot. It was really a fun, really a fun way to get to this point, you know. So finals next week is gonna go crazy, and hopefully we get the All Stars played as well, and that'll be that. So talk to you guys soon. GG.
Uh, what up,
Yo, yo.
bro? How are you feeling after that?
Uh,
Tired is an acceptable answer.
I don't want to play a BO5 next week. If Instinct's down to BO3, I think my team would be very down. That should
Oh,
the BO5s are so boring, man.
come on. I thought that was a great BO5.
Yeah, it had its moments.
So what I know you've been habitually complaining about, what are you going to play in BO5s, but we've seen some stuff out of you today that I wasn't really expecting. I mean, obviously
Expecting, I was not expecting me to get three banned after game one, man. Like I played that a colleague game, then I didn't get to play a single champion I know how to play after that.
I mean, you
Like
still look solid though throughout the whole series. Like the Ari game was pretty cool. I know the Azir game, like you played
no,
it.
you can blame my team for that one.
Okay.
You can blame Inferno. Like what does Azir do in their team comp?
Yeah, I thought they had really good answers overall for the Azir game. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was a difficult.
Yeah, I don't know. Their team comps were very hard for me to play into. I feel like after the three ban, they just drafted champions that are really good into assassins. So it just forces me on mages, and I'm kind of like for funding on mages.
I mean, the draft in game 2, I thought was like your guys' perfect draft in Bessa Diana Volley Bear, but man, they had some really solid answers for that.
No, game two, I trolled. I when hex skates are a thing, my brain turns off, and every single time I went side lane, I just died. I
So
completely trolled game two. But yeah, I mean, they did have good answers like Sivir, two shield champions, Vagar, Hecarim. Dude, Hecarim's everywhere.
hmm yeah, I know he was definitely up your ass that whole laning phase.
I think he was up my ass the entire BO5, but that's just me.
That's fair. That's fair. I do feel like that sometimes, but I knew I knew you got, I don't want to say like frustrated is the word, but I could definitely tell you're like, oh, they left Syndra up. I don't give a shit. Give me the Syndra.
Oh yeah, no,
Like
that game five, my top laner said, Binky, do you actually want to hold your center pick, or can you just pick it? And I was like, yeah, I should just pick it because after that Azir performance, I think I just needed to pick a champion I actually like know how to play.
and then also you went not only TP, but you actually finished your lost chapter item. It wasn't double
That's
pen.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that was more for tempo. I wanted to go the Lost Chapter in the Storm Surge, but Oriana got those 2 kills like in that grub fight,
Hmm.
and I knew that she was going to finish her item, and I had enough gold to just go ahead and buy it. So I didn't want to like sit on another component. I just wanted to have an item to so I could match her still.
That's fair. That's fair. So let's talk about next week. I know obviously your thoughts on B05s are not the greatest, but let's just talk about the matchup like instinct. This is the first time you and Good Boy will be facing off, correct? Cuz you guys had
Uh,
subs.
we had that tiebreaker, but like we handshake 2 mages and nothing really happened. Like I don't think we got a single like 1v1 then the entire thing. But
Okay.
yeah, this is like the first like series we've had against each other because yeah, we had 2 subs when our teams played against each other.
Oh, you kind of excited for that?
Depends. Are they just gonna ban me out? Like surely Good Boy's competent enough to like actually like play against me
Well,
and doesn't go mage with bone blading.
I yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we will see.
So,
But
well,
no, I feel like we match up against that team pretty well. They play like very heavy around Good Boy, and if I need to like not play very aggressive, I cannot play very aggressive and hope my side lanes win. But I think we match up pretty well into them. Sure, we might have our full team. Who knows? I think after that B05, my entire team wanted to FF. But
well, I'm glad you didn't.
yeah, I mean, surely, hopefully, we like schedule it and pay attention to pause timers and breaks. Hopefully, we actually play the game.
Yeah.
But
It ended up being a long one, so but so
no, it was overall pretty fun. I got to play champions I don't normally play, and we actually like no flame to any previous team, but this was like the first time like going into like game 5 where we're like, okay, we need to like actually like stop messing around and like actually win the series.
mm, that's fair. Well, I will let you go. I do appreciate you coming up and you know, just talking to us. I know there was parts of that was probably a touch frustrating. And I know getting banned out is nothing fun, but
No, I don't really care about that. I just wish like the games itself actually went more smooth. I feel like we took way too many breaks during all of that, and my team was very frustrated.
I understand that.
I'm
This
not
is
gonna don't want to point out anything specific, but like taking a break before a game 5 is actually like so annoying.
I I understand that, and I I will do my due diligence to just see how we can improve that. This is our first split of doing BO5s and semifinals. So I think as we do it more, and actually this is the first series that went to 5 games and 3 whole splits. So there's definitely some stuff that I feel like we could tidy up rule wise, or at least try to promote a lot better communication. I don't want to sit back and say that it was one way or another, but I see both sides of it, and I understand it. So we will do our due diligence to just communicate and try to make it go a lot smoother. So um,
I hear you. I'm not trying to like be like a rule stickler or like make you guys change rules. It was just something none of us have seen before.
that's fair.
And
That's fair. I
it,
don't
it,
know.
it, it felt like we were asking questions about it and we just did not get answers about it.
That's fair. That's fair. So I will, like I said, I will do my due diligence. If I don't, then I don't deserve to be a mod. Is how I approach this. So overall though, congrats on the win. I know it was a very very hard fought series, and was glad to see you, especially in Game 5, get something you were extremely comfortable with, and you took the challenge of just blind picking it. So
Yeah, I think in this next series you're gonna see a lot of B1s from me. I'm just I cannot go to that second ban phase. I mean you saw it firsthand. It was a struggle the 2 games that I did not pick first rotation.
yeah, that's fair.
But
So
yeah, I guess GG's to the other team as well. I guess we'll see Instinct next week hopefully.
yes, sir. Alrighty, my friend.
All
I
right,
will let you go, but I appreciate it.
all right. See
All
ya.
right, see ya. And there we go. Our first B05 Fearless and the LOL Midwest history. We have an absolute banger of a series between Femboys and Femboys and Vancouver Impact Challengers. Femboys take the series 3-2, and they will go on to face their Group A compatriots in Instinct CK. And what I think is going to be an absolute insane matchup. We noted probably two of my favorite mid laners to watch in Good Boy and Binky next week going at it, and I know there's across the board. We can talk about these matchups all day, but we could kind of save that for Midwest. So again, happy Father's Day out there to everybody who stuck with us. I know the chat was very, very active. Eureka, Don, Brandino coming in, doing a draft with me was super clutch. Gave me a little bit of a talking point, and overall we appreciate it. And Hairwick for coming in on this game 5 and bringing the energy that I did not have. So, but we will see you guys during Midwest Weekly, and we will communicate in the server when the All-Star games are going to happen, and the finals. And then after the finals, we start gearing up for our relaunch of the Rec League. So you will see a lot of new faces in there battling it out. I believe we're going to be up to roughly around 7 to 8 teams, is what I'm hearing. And we will kick that off. You'll see some familiar faces, but then some new faces as well. So it should be a lot of fun. Give a lot of people a great opportunity to get an introduction in the competitive play. And maybe, you never know, maybe some people will want to give it a shot at casting. So I can take a break during this Rec League. So, but thanks again for joining us, and we out.